Chapter 834. When Zhong Xiaohua heard the third senior sister's sarcastic tone, she felt unhappy. She glanced at her and was about to speak when Zhong Ping'er hurriedly said, "Senior sister, look at what you're saying. Junior brother Ren picked the origin returning grass and gave it to me for free. That was how I cured Master's illness. Tell me, if I don't repay him, wouldn't I be worse than a dog? Senior sister should know about this matter as well. Why are you saying such harsh words today? Who knows if this origin returning grass was picked by your so-called junior brother Ren or by you? You want to let an ordinary disciple who you're familiar with jump over the dragon gate and become an inner disciple. TSK, even I, as your senior sister, am envious of you." Senior sister. Zhong Ping'er looked at Zhong Xiaohua and rebuked her. She was in a difficult position. "You also know that I'm your senior sister?" The third senior sister sneered and said, "Then why don't you listen to what I say?" As soon as the third senior sister finished speaking, the sound of clapping could be heard. Zhong Ping'er and the third senior sister were stunned. When they turned their heads, they saw Zhong Xiaohua clapping with both of her hands raised. "You scoundrel! What right do you have to speak here? Wait at the side. This senior sister is in a bad mood today. I'll teach you a lesson later." The third senior sister sneered. What a strong killing intent. How awe-inspiring. However, Zhong Xiaohua praised. She then patted Huan's protruding horn and said, "What a pity. You were born with a good appearance, but you're just an idiot. You can't even compare to my Huan." When Huan heard this, it dug its hooves on the ground and neighed in excitement. You, give me your life." The third senior sister was enraged. She stomped her foot and floated forward. She stretched out her jade-like hand and gently patted Zhong Xiaohua's forehead. Senior sister. Seeing this, Zhong Ping'er moved with the flow. She stood in front of Zhong Xiaohua and raised her palm to hit her third senior sister's palm. Both of their palms emitted internal energy and a peng sound was heard. Third senior sister took a few steps back while Zhong Ping'er crashed into Zhong Xiaohua's arms. How could Zhong Xiaohua dare to let Zhong Ping'er into her arms? He stretched out his hand and pressed it against her back, dispelling the force of her retreat. Then, he said, Senior sister Zhong, what is your third senior sister doing?" Then, he slapped his forehead and said, "Could it be, because of what I said just now? Ayo, there are really all kinds of people in this world. Look, what can't she find? She even wants to be scolded. I just thought of a shrew in the past and said it out of emotion. It's not targeted at you, third senior sister. Why is she so angry? I thought that the senior sister of Lingering Fragrance Peak would be as elegant and graceful as senior sister Zhong, but..." He shook his head again and said, "This really disappoints me. The inner court disciples are really getting worse with each generation. The third senior sister flew into a rage when she heard that. She stomped her foot and wanted to rush over. Zhong Ping'er quickly glared at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Junior brother Ren, what are you saying? Since you didn't say it to my third senior sister, hurry up and make it clear. Don't let her misunderstand. Otherwise, do you still want to be an inner court disciple?" Then, she stood in front of Zhong Xiaohua and explained to her third senior sister, "Senior sister, it's all a misunderstanding. Look, junior brother Ren said that he wasn't talking about you." Seeing Zhong Ping'er standing in front of her again, the third senior sister gritted her teeth and said, "You bitch, how dare you gang up with outsiders to bully your senior sister? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are favored by Master. Today." After thinking for a while, she pointed at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "This scoundrel dared to offend his superior and offend my senior sister. Today, if this scoundrel doesn't kneel down and apologize to me, I won't let him off." Hearing the third senior sister calling her a scoundrel again and again, Zhong Xiaohua was also angry. She sneered and said, "Senior sister, you are wrong. I am a preparatory alchemy disciple of the distant fire hall. As long as the word preparatory is not removed, even if I am not a disciple of the distant fire hall, how can you say that I offended my superior?" When the third senior sister heard it, she was so angry that she stammered, You. For a long time, she couldn't say anything. Then, she rolled her eyes and said, You are a disciple of the pill-expanding hall. When an outer court disciple sees an inner court disciple, he has to call her senior sister. Don't tell me that you are not offending your superior. When Zhong Xiaohua heard it, she smiled and shrugged. She spread out her hands and said with a look of regret, "Sigh, yes, if I am still a disciple of the pill-expanding hall, then this so-called senior sister's statement is naturally offending my superior. Unfortunately, since 10 days ago, when Envoy Mu passed on the sect leader's decree, I am no longer a disciple of the pill-expanding hall. Since I am no longer a disciple of the pill-expanding hall, then senior sister's statement, cough cough, naturally is not valid. You. When the third senior sister heard Zhong Xiaohua's fallacy, she didn't know how to refute. She pointed at Zhong Xiaohua with a trembling hand. Zhong Xiaohua looked at her innocently and curiously and suddenly said, "That. Third senior sister, the weather is a little cold and the wind is strong here. Look at you, why don't you take care of your body? Your hand is trembling, why don't you put on more clothes? Oh, right, I have some clothes here to keep out the cold. Why don't I lend it to senior sister first?" After he finished speaking, he turned around to take the bag from the David's deer. Zhong Pinga, who had been holding back her laughter for a long time, couldn't hold it in anymore. Her pale face turned red and she laughed out loud. However, after she laughed out loud, she realized that it was wrong. She covered her mouth with her hand and said with difficulty, "Third senior sister, don't listen to junior brothers, nonsense." The third senior sister's face turned pale. She looked at how Zhong Pinga protected Zhong Xiaohua and how Zhong Xiaohua turned around to take the bag. She really couldn't imagine what kind of nonsense Zhong Xiaohua would say if she took out the clothes. She gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, saying angrily, "Zhong Pinga, Ren. Just you wait." After she finished speaking, she turned around and used her Qing Gong to dash into the forest at the side. After a few ups and downs, she disappeared without a trace. Zhong Xiaohua already knew what was going on, but she pretended not to know. She turned around and asked, "That third senior sister, what size are you? Hey, why did you disappear? Could it be that you went back to take your clothes?" "Ha." Zhong Pinga laughed and said, Senior brother Ren, you are really," however, she couldn't say what it was really. After a long while, Zhong Pinga stopped laughing and said with an uneasy expression, "Senior brother. Although you taught third senior sister a lesson just now and it was satisfying, you offended her quite badly. You still have to stay in the fire palace in the future. Sigh, you have to think of a way." Zhong Xiaohua didn't care at all. What did she say just now? Didn't she already prepare it for you? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Why are you afraid of her? Zhong Pinga was still worried. "I'm not afraid of her, but third senior sister has some reputation in the fire palace. If she deliberately finds trouble with you, Ayo, third senior sister is in charge of the distribution of the medicinal garden. She won't cause trouble for you." "Nonsense, do you even need to say it? She definitely will." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who knows, she might even cause trouble for me during the assessment from the preparatory disciple to the official disciple." Zhong Pinga shook her head and said, "That won't happen. The preparatory disciple assessment is mainly a test of martial arts. With senior brother's martial arts, it will be a piece of cake. Furthermore, the assessment of the disciples in the fire palace is mostly managed by first senior sister. Third senior sister doesn't have the opportunity to interfere." "Oh, right. Your third senior sister said that you didn't take her words to heart. Then, what is it?" Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously. "This." Zhong Pinga's face turned red and she was very hesitant. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but think of the guy called Yu Zhuochuan that she met on the way here. She thought to herself, could it be this refined prodigal thing? Hence, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "If it's inconvenient, don't say it." Zhong Pinga heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you senior brother for your understanding." Then, Zhong Pinga led Zhong Xiaohua through the mountain path. In front of them was a beautiful group of palaces. It was located between the mountain rocks and the forest. It was extremely beautiful. Zhong Xiaohua pointed at the beautiful scenery in front of her and said in astonishment, "Junior sister. This is the fire palace you mentioned?" Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's astonished expression, Zhong Ping'er was very satisfied and said, "That's right. Senior brother, are you satisfied?" Zhong Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said, "Satisfied, extremely satisfied. Junior sister, you have said this many times. In the future, don't ask me again. I am extremely satisfied with your arrangements. There is not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Really." Zhong Ping'er glanced at him and said in a somewhat coquettish manner, "Since that is the case, why didn't senior brother come earlier? You made me worried for a long time. I thought that senior brother didn't want to come." As her voice fell, her face turned slightly red again and she secretly said, "Senior brother, he wouldn't." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, his face also turned red. He said red because he felt guilty. Didn't he take a detour to Floating Hill Peak and delay it for a few days? If not for being greedy, wouldn't he have come to Lingering Fragrance Peak long ago? Therefore, he muttered, there are still some matters to be handed over at Shushin Peak. The disciples on duty at Pill Expansion Hall, cough cough, they came a little late." His voice became softer and softer. Sigh, it was inevitable to feel guilty when some lies were said. Zhong Ping'er didn't suspect him and said happily, "Isn't that so? Senior brother said so. I was overthinking. How could I forget that senior brother was on duty at Shushin Peak? If there were no disciples to replace you, it would be really difficult for you to get away. Senior brother's way of doing things makes me really admire you." Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and said helplessly, "It's just SOSO. Junior sister, senior brother still has many good points. You will slowly discover them. Don't mention it again." -4. Chapter 835. As they got closer to Lihua Hall, the mountain path changed from green stone to solid wooden planks. Behind them was a corridor built along the mountain. The corridor was engraved with exquisite drawings. Not only were there flowers, birds, fish, and insects, there were also many people's stories. Most of them were engraved with unknown patterns. These patterns did not seem to have any pattern at first glance, like graffiti. However, if one looked closely, there was a pattern within it. But if one paid attention, they would not be able to see anything. Zhong Xiaohua walked along the corridor and used her divine sense to scan it. The patterns on the corridor were similar to the ones on the stone tablet, but there was a slight difference. It seemed to be a restriction, but there was no fluctuation of yuan qi. It was probably used in the early days of the immortal Tao. Now, it was abandoned and could only be used as a corridor. As they walked along the corridor, they met many disciples. There were both male and female disciples. They were all staring curiously at Zhong Xiaohua and the four odd beasts, causing Zhong Ping'er's face to turn red. The disciples were all polite and did not ask much. Even if Zhong Ping'er wanted to explain, she could not find an excuse. She was abnormally embarrassed. "Ari, why do you have to do this?" Zhong Xiaohua could see clearly from behind. Although she was also a little uncomfortable, she was able to deal with it on the surface. She could only sigh in her heart. After walking for a while, Zhong Ping'er suddenly thought of something. She turned back and said, "Senior, I know that your martial arts are strong, but in Lingering Fragrance Peak, martial arts are nothing. No matter how strong our Lihua Hall disciples are, they may not be able to compete with the disciples of Mo Xian Gong." So, Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, "So what?" Zhong Ping'er smiled bitterly and said, "So, if there is nothing that I cannot control, I hope that senior will be merciful. After all, this is Lingering Fragrance Peak. The rules must be carefully followed." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua remembered the first, second, and third rules of the fragrant religion. He smiled and said, "Of course, this senior brother has always been one who doesn't offend others if they don't offend me. As long as I don't bully others like your third senior sister today, I'll just give in." Zhong Ping'er was overjoyed. Just as she was about to speak, a bell-like laughter came from the side corridor. "Junior sister, you're finally back. Hihi, can you catch your lovely person?" Following the laughter, a light green figure flew over from the side. When it landed on the ground, Zhong Xiaohua saw that it was a female disciple about the same age as Zhong Pinga. She also had delicate features. Sixth senior sister. Zhong Pinga was greatly embarrassed. She pulled the woman's sleeve and said, "What are you talking about?" Her words were similar to what she said to the third senior sister, but her tone was much more intimate. There wasn't much reproach, but more of shyness. The sixth senior sister didn't reply. Her two big eyes sized up Zhong Xiaohua and she said in disappointment, "Junior sister's eyesight is not good." However, he immediately changed his tone. Although his appearance is extremely ordinary, his ability to remain calm is top-notch. Which of the ordinary male disciples that I've seen didn't go up to him to flatter him or be a yes-man? This Ren, whatever, actually, TSK, doesn't even greet her. Zhong Pinga heard this and quickly said, "Junior brother Ren, this is my sixth senior sister. Her name is Shui Linglong. Come over and greet her." Then she said to Shui Linglong, "Sixth senior sister, this is the junior brother Ren that I told you before. His name is Ren Xiaoyao. His martial arts are very powerful. Even the disciples of Wuming Hall may not be his opponent." The returning yuan grass that was used to save master was picked by him. Hihi, Shui Linglong smiled and said, "You have told me this many times. I can even recite it. No need to say it again." Zhong Pinga's face became redder. Zhong Xiaohua stepped forward and cupped his hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao. Greetings, senior sister Shui." Shui Linglong smiled and returned the greeting. She didn't seem to treat him as an ordinary disciple and said, "No need to be so polite. From now on, we will be disciples of the same hall. I heard from Pinga that your martial arts are very good. In the future, you will have to take care of us." Zhong Xiaohua was very modest. "Senior sister Shui is too polite. I am just an ordinary outer disciple. How can I be compared to senior sister Shui? I still need senior sister Shui's good guidance." Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's neither haughty nor humble attitude, Shui Linglong was even more pleased. She said with a smile, "No wonder seventh junior sister has been talking about you. She said that you are the one and only person in Zhuanxiong cult. Now it seems that you really have some skills. If you really have some skills, then we can rest assured." Sixth senior sister Tilda Zhong Pinga gently pulled Shui Linglong's sleeve and said, "Junior brother Ren, just a moment ago, I met third senior sister on the mountain path." Then she told Shui Linglong about her encounter with third senior sister. Shui Linglong's face was full of amazement. Her eyes were filled with a strange light. She kept looking at Zhong Xiaohua. There were several times when she was like Zhong Pinga. She laughed until she bent over. Finally, she said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you are really talented, but you have offended third senior sister. You will suffer in the future." Zhong Pinga smiled apologetically and said, "That's right. Otherwise, why would I drag sixth senior martial sister along? You have to stand up for younger sister." Third senior martial sister spoke ill of junior martial brother Ren as soon as they met. Don't worry. The more I look at your junior brother Ren, the more I like him. In a moment, I will look for second senior sister and talk to her." Although third senior sister is most afraid of eldest senior sister has always been fair. She may not be biased towards junior brother Ren. As long as second senior sister is willing to listen to her, who would be afraid of my suing? Zhong Pinga was overjoyed. She said with a smile, "I know that sixth senior sister is the most intimate with me. You can go now. Don't let third senior sister complain first." "You little girl." Shui Linglong was speechless. "I just said a few words and you are already chasing me away. How can I follow you?" Zhong Pinga pretended to be angry and said, "Then senior sister should come with us to see master. You have nothing to do anyway." "Don't Tilda, I don't want to do that. Right now, second senior sister should still be in Su Garden. I will go and take a look." After saying that, Shui Linglong smiled mysteriously and quickly walked away. This action made Zhong Pinga's face turn red again. Zhong Pinga really didn't understand. Usually, she treated people and matters with a cold attitude. She didn't even say anything to male disciples. She was almost called the cold beauty among the disciples. However, she didn't know why. but today, her face turned red so easily. Her mood swings were also unprecedented. Zhong Ping'er looked at Zhong Xiaohua somewhat bashfully. She covered it up and said, "Second senior sister likes to tease people the most. Master. Senior brother Ren, don't blame her." Zhong Xiaohua stopped pretending to look at the decorative patterns on the corridor. She touched her nose and said, "Your senior sisters are all very interesting." "Hehe, very interesting." Soon after, she said with a smile, "I heard senior sister Shui call you seventh junior sister. Do you have any junior sisters younger than you?" "Of course not. Master only accepted us 7 sisters. He said that he couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to accept any more disciples. How can there be any younger ones? Strange. Then they should call you little junior sister." Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat speechless and tried to find a topic to talk about. "Hehe, who knows? I guess this 7th junior sister sounds nice." When it came to other things, Zhong Ping'er spoke in a relaxed manner. She didn't have that restraint. It was as if Zhong Xiaohua was the host and she was just a guest. They walked along the corridor for a long time and turned several rugged bends. After Zhong Xiaohua was completely lost, the two of them arrived in front of a simple but elegant pavilion. This pavilion was surrounded by water and was built on top of a lake. If it was on flat ground, it wouldn't be strange. However, this was Lingxiang Peak. On top of a mountain, Zhong Xiaohua could only click her tongue in wonder. The two of them came to the side of the lake. Before they could get on the floating bridge above the lake, they heard a slightly old voice from inside. "Ping'er, why are you here alone? Counting the days, today is the day that your junior brother Ren comes. Could it be that he doesn't want to come?" Zhong Ping'er was shocked and turned around to look at Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua was also taken aback. She floated up and landed on the ground with a purr sound. She asked softly, "Senior sister Zhong, how should I address your master?" Zhong Ping'er's face turned red for no reason. Of course, she should have said this earlier. But Ari, know your limits. Where did you run off to? Zhong Ping'er replied softly, "Call him Deputy Hall Master. You are not a disciple of the distant Flame Hall and I don't know how to address you." Deputy Hall Master? Zhong Xiaohua's mind suddenly thought of the jade artifact shop in Lu Town's 4 trees. Hence, Zhong Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Disciple Ren Xiaoyao greets Deputy Hall Master. I sprained my ankle on the way here and it wasn't easy for me to walk on Lingxiang Peak. That was why I rode on a mount. It was really rude of me. I deserve to die." After she finished speaking, she stomped her feet on the ground to show her presence. Zhong Ping'er was so shocked that she was speechless. She knew that Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts were high, but it shouldn't be to this extent. Although Zhong Ping'er wasn't very clear about her master's martial arts, she knew that he was still the Deputy Hall Master of the distant Flame Hall. Just based on this title alone, how could he not have exceptional martial arts? And her master actually didn't hear Zhong Xiaohua's footsteps. Seeing that Zhong Ping'er was in a daze, Zhong Xiaohua tugged on her sleeve and pouted her lips. Zhong Ping'er then regained her senses and said in a panic, Yes, master. Junior brother Ren is indeed feeling unwell, so," the voice sounded again, "this lass, no matter what, Ren Xiaoyao is my savior. How can I blame him? Ha ha, Ren Xiaoyao, come in with Ping'er." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he was also very happy. With just these few words, he immediately built an amiable image of the Vice Palace Master in his heart. Therefore, he respectfully said, "Thank you for waiting, Vice Palace Master." Zhong Ping'er was also relieved. She smiled and glanced at Zhong Xiaohua before leading the way. They walked along the pontoon bridge and arrived in front of the pavilion. Zhong Xiaohua also left the 4 odd beasts at the side and followed behind Zhong Ping'er like a normal person. However, before he reached the pavilion, he heard Zhong Ping'er's master say with a smile, "Ren Xiaoyao, your qinggong is not bad." Zhong Xiaohua frowned. Where did this come from? There are more chapters. -4. Chapter 836. There weren't any decorations in the pavilion. It was just empty. A woman with white hair and a veil on her face was sitting cross-legged at the very top. Zhong Ping'er led Zhong Xiaohua in carefully. When they were some distance away from the woman, they stopped and saluted. Greetings, master. Zhong Xiaohua was naturally respectful. He cupped his hands and saluted. Greetings, Deputy Palace Master. The woman waved her hand. She still had a pleasant expression. I don't have any tables or chairs here. Just sit down. Don't stand on ceremony. She said don't stand on ceremony, but Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be impolite. He still thanked her and respectfully sat down cross-legged not far away. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua usually meditated and cultivated. He wasn't unfamiliar with this position. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua sitting down so skillfully, the woman seemed surprised. She couldn't help but ask, Ren Xiaoyao, what kind of internal energy do you practice? Zhong Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, Deputy Palace Master, I practice the reckless bull strength. Reckless bull strength. The woman was obviously surprised. She muttered, it doesn't seem to be a famous martial art in Jianghu. Hihi, Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, that's right. I don't have enough talent. I can only choose to practice the most basic martial arts. Even in Jianghu, the reckless bull strength is an extremely basic martial art. It's normal that Deputy Palace Master hasn't heard of it. So it's like that. The woman said suspiciously, you look quite young. This reckless bull strength is also an extremely basic martial art. But, how can your martial arts be so high? Even Ping'er isn't your opponent. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior Sister Zhong is overpraising me. This little one has never fought with Senior Sister Zhong. It was just a coincidence that I was able to help her a few times. When it comes to martial arts, this little one may not be a match for Senior Sister Zhong. Zhong Ping'er didn't know what Zhong Xiaohua meant. She looked at him and then at her master. She wanted to say something but stopped. The woman was very satisfied with Zhong Xiaohua's modesty. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware and refuse to take credit for yourself. It's really rare. However, at your age, you should be full of youthful vigor and strive for superiority. Not revealing your edge like this, blindly hiding your incompetence, may not be a good thing. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, Thank you for your guidance, Deputy Palace Master. Hihi, actually, from the sound of your footsteps when you came in, I could tell that your Qinggong is very good. You must also have some attainments in inner strength. I just feel that you are young and a little strange, so I said a few more words. Don't blame me. Zhong Xiaohua liked it even more. She also said respectfully, Vice Palace Master is my elder. I naturally have to listen with all my ears. It's nothing. Hihi, speaking of elders, I am indeed older than you. However, my life was saved by you. I asked Ping'er to bring you here because I wanted to personally thank you. As she said that, she stood up and bowed. What Zhong Xiaohua was immediately shocked. This was the Deputy Palace Master of the distant Fire Temple. Yes, although she didn't understand the trick, to be the Palace Master of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, that was at least on the same level as Yang Ruping and Elder Zishan. She actually bowed to an ordinary disciple like herself. This was simply inconceivable. Zhong Xiaohua also immediately stood up and bowed deeply. She returned the greeting and said, Deputy Palace Master, you scared me to death. If I had heard Senior Sister Zhong's words earlier, I wouldn't have dared to come. Ha ha ha. The woman also laughed. She straightened her back and said, You are really interesting. I naturally have to thank you in person for saving my life. Otherwise, wouldn't I be an ungrateful person? For a moment, Zhong Xiaohua's impression of the spreading fragrance cult weakened a little. Since there was such a grateful person in the cult, even if they were despicable, how dark could they be? Zhong Xiaohua also straightened her back. It's all because of Senior Sister Zhong's filial piety that moved heaven and earth. I just happened to be at the right time and conveniently took away the gift bestowed to Senior Sister Zhong. It's fine if Deputy Palace Master doesn't pursue the crime of taking it for myself. How would I dare to be greedy for this credit? Yes, fortunately. If you hadn't given this gift to Ping'er in time, I would have turned into a malicious spirit and come to you for revenge. The woman also laughed. This. Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, It seems like Palace Master's idea is going to fall through. With such a filial disciple like senior sister Zhong, you will have to wait 1,000 years before you can find me. Ha ha ha. The woman laughed very happily. Even Zhong Pinger, who was sitting next to her, was secretly laughing. After a long while, the deputy palace master stopped laughing and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting little fellow like you. No wonder Pinger has been nagging in my ear, saying something about repaying kindness. Hehe, at first I thought Pinger had some selfish motives. Now it seems that if she didn't have such selfish motives, I would have only taken a martial arts manual to send you away. How could I have seen you? Master." Zhong Pinger's face was flushed red again. Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and didn't know how to deal with it. "Well, Ren Xiaoyao, you go down with Pinger first. You are a special case as a probationary disciple. If I hadn't grown up with the hierarch, she wouldn't have been able to refuse this favor. If you want to enter the inner sect, it will be a little tricky. The martial arts assessment must be passed." "I can't do it, but looking at your lightness skill, it shouldn't be a problem. When Lian Yang has the skill, I'll let you take the assessment quickly. During this time, follow Ping to see our distant fire hall." Zhong Pinger was very happy to hear this. "I will follow Master's order." Zhong Xiaohua cupped her hands. "I will follow the deputy palace master's arrangement." When they came out of Zhong Pinger's master's place, the sky was getting dark. Zhong Pinger smiled and said, "Senior brother, it's already late. You must be hungry. How about we eat first and then let the male disciples take you to rest?" This. Zhong Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, she said, "I'm not hungry. I'm tired from walking all the way. Why don't I rest early?" "I see." Zhong Pinger was a little surprised. She smiled bitterly and said, "It's not convenient for little sister to go to the male disciples' resting place. Now it's time to eat. Senior brother, come with me to the dining room. Feel free to eat and let them take you back to rest." Of course, of course." Zhong Xiaohua came to a realization and quickly said. The dining room in Lihua Hall was much better than Tianmu Peak's dining room. Even the rooms were elegant and the people eating there were refined. They weren't as vulgar as Zhong Xiaohua had seen when she first came to Tianmu Peak. Zhong Pinger came to a dining room and didn't enter. She waved her hand and beckoned a male disciple who was slightly younger than Zhong Xiaohua. After giving him a few instructions, she smiled apologetically and said, "Junior brother Ren, feel free to eat. After that, you can follow junior brother Di. Your accommodation has already been arranged." "Thank you, senior martial sister Zhong and junior martial brother Di." Zhong Xiaohua replied with a smile. After speaking, Zhong Pinger glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and hurriedly left. Junior brother Di was also observant. With a smile on his face, he said, "Senior brother Ren? Please, this way please." As he spoke, he brought Zhong Xiaohua into the dining room. Even though everyone in the dining room was refined, they were all stunned when they saw a stranger enter. The entire dining room fell silent. Zhong Xiaohua could be considered as someone who had seen many grand occasions. She wasn't at a loss like she was back in Huanxi Manor. She smiled and scanned the dining room. When she saw an empty table at the side, she asked, "Junior brother Di, is that place okay?" Junior brother Di nodded. "Anywhere is fine. Only senior brother Ren likes it." Zhong Xiaohua sat down quietly and casually ate the vegetables and unknown fruits on the table. At this moment, the previously silent dining room immediately became lively again. It could be said that it was noisy. It was far from the good atmosphere that Zhong Xiaohua had seen earlier. It seemed that everyone was whispering to each other and glancing at Zhong Xiaohua from the corner of their eyes. Needless to say, they were all discussing the origin of Zhong Xiaohua. In less than half a meal, all the disciples in the dining room knew about it under the disclosure of some well-informed disciples. As a result, the expressions in their eyes became interesting. There were jealousy, admiration, injustice, mockery, and so on. There were all kinds of different expressions. Zhong Xiaohua looked at them with her divine sense and ignored them. She only lowered her head, as if she couldn't get along with the vegetables on the table. There were still many male disciples who came over. There were both young and old, but there were no exceptions. They all looked at Zhong Xiaohua in astonishment and then sat at other tables. No one sat with him. Even junior brother Di, although his attitude was respectful, he chose a chair at the side and didn't sit at the same table with him. Just when the dining room was a little chaotic, it suddenly became quiet again. A disciple who was about 30 years old, with a slightly yellow face and broom-like eyebrows, stood at the entrance of the dining room with a frown. Zhong Xiaohua, who was eating with his head lowered, was startled. It was obvious that the silence was meant to welcome this disciple. The yellow-skinned disciple swept his gaze across the dining hall and easily spotted Zhong Xiaohua, who was sitting alone at the side. His frown deepened as he strode over. When he saw Zhong Xiaohua, who had his head lowered, he did not say anything. He sat down and ate as usual. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she could only raise her head and nod slightly at the disciple. Unfortunately, the disciple only glanced at her and didn't respond. He really has a personality, Zhong Xiaohua mocked herself in her heart. Strangely enough, after this disciple arrived, the dining hall immediately regained its tranquility. Even if there were people whispering to each other, it was extremely soft. If one did not prick up one's ears, one would not be able to hear it. The meal was finished very quickly. However, Zhong Xiaohua felt depressed as she sat there. When she saw that junior brother Di was almost done eating, she stood up and looked at him. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard the disciple who had been eating with his head lowered say, "You are the alchemy disciple recommended by senior sister Zhong?" Zhong Xiaohua looked at the disciple, nodded, and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao. Senior brother, please advise me." "Well, okay, I'll give you some advice in the future." The disciple lowered his head and continued to eat, ignoring Zhong Xiaohua. -4. Chapter 837. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless when she heard Ren Baqian's reply. She had seen impolite people before, but she had never seen someone as rude as him. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head slightly and followed junior brother Di out of the dining hall. Junior brother Di brought Ren Baqian to a remote hut and smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Ren, you are not a disciple of our Fire Palace Hall yet, so you cannot stay with us ordinary disciples. We don't have any guest rooms in our Fire Palace Hall, so we listened to senior sister Zhong's instructions and cleaned up a room here. Senior brother Ren, please excuse us." Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and smiled. "Thank you, junior brother Di, for your hard work. There is nothing to be unhappy about." "All right then. Senior brother Ren, please rest early. I reckon that senior sister Zhong will look for you tomorrow. I will come over early in the morning." After junior brother Di cupped his hands and bade farewell, Zhong Xiaohua pushed open the door and entered the hut. The hut was very exquisite, and there was nothing special about it. Ren Baqian could smell the dust in the air. It seemed that no one had lived in it for a long time and it was recently cleaned up. Zhong Xiaohua didn't mind and set up a restriction. She sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to cultivate. After a long time, the night gradually darkened. A dark grey figure suddenly emerged from the forest beside the hut. However, he did not use any qinggong. Instead, he tiptoed to the side of the hut where Zhong Xiaohua was. He leaned against the door and pricked up his ears to listen for a long time. He then looked around, but there was no movement. Then, he floated up to the roof. He was as light as a feather. Everything was exactly the same as it was earlier. However, after listening for a long time, there was still no movement. He couldn't help but be surprised. He scratched his head and bent down in disbelief. After a while, he blurted out, "Are you kidding me? Didn't you arrange for this hut?" After he finished speaking, he stood up and looked around to see if there were any other huts. He then used his movement techniques and left. He was really high and floated. He looked like an expert in movement techniques. Once he was far away, Zhong Xiaohua's tall and thin figure came out of the room and stood on a rock not far away. She thoughtfully looked at the back of the man who was leaving and unconsciously shook her head. At this time, at the peak of Lingxiang Peak, in the exquisite small courtyard with the lotus leaf pond, Peacock, who was dressed in a pure white palace dress, and Chen Chen, who was dressed in green, were sitting in a small pavilion with respectful expressions. Under the night sky, outside the pavilion, there was Master Jingfan standing with her hands behind her back. Her eyes were looking at the bright moon hanging in the night sky, and she did not speak for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Peacock and Chen Chen did not show any signs of impatience. They just sat there carefully. Even Chen Chen was no longer as playful as before. At this moment, Jingfan sighed, "Sigh, it's another year's mainline selection. I wonder if anyone will win." When Chen Chen heard this, she could not help but open her mouth. However, Peacock glared at her and Chen Chen immediately shut her mouth. She even gritted her teeth as if she had not had enough. However, Jingfan had already sensed it. She did not turn around and asked, "Chen Chen, do you have anything to say?" Chen Chen blinked at Peacock and smiled, "Master, your martial arts are really good. You didn't turn around and you knew that I wanted to say something. Is this the unique skill of the Daylin Temple, mind reading? You child, how can the martial arts of the Daylin Temple be compared to that of the incense cult? Even if I don't have mind reading, how can I not know what you're thinking?" Jingfan showed a doting look. "I've raised you since you were young. How can I not know what you are like? It's you who went to the Misty Hall and made a mess. I'm also aware of it. Sigh, look at you. It's fine if you want to pass on the orders of the cult leader, but you want to be the clear sky. The cult leader doesn't need you to verify anything. He only needs to go to Shushin Peak and show the token." "Master," Chen Chen said coquettishly, "that Zhao Jian is really despicable. He deserves to die. Although Xia Zihei was blind and fell in love with him, but, after all, they were husband and wife. He has to treat her well. I think even if Xia Zihei knew the truth, she might not report him. He actually tried to kill her. Although Xia Zihei is not a disciple of our inner sect, I still sympathize with her. If I didn't tell the matter clearly in front of the disciples of the Misty Hall, who would have seen Zhao Jian's ugly face? Then, who would be able to see through Cult Master's foresight and see through everything?" "Ha." Jingfan looked at her and then at Peacock, saying, "This must be the arrangement of the cult leader. He knows that you like to cause trouble and also went to the Orchid Dusk. He also knows that there is a female disciple with the same name as you. That's why he let you go and not Peacock." "That's right," Peacock also said, "Such a fun thing, I also want to go and see. However, Zhongpei is also blind. He actually fell for Zhao Jian's trick and captured the disciple who had done a great deed for the Misty Hall to interrogate. Is he crazy? How can the beast tide have any connection with the Misty School? Senior sister, this is your fault." Chen Chen said seriously, "I thought so too. But when I went there and heard what everyone said, I thought about it carefully. Zhongpei is not only crazy, he is extremely smart." "Oh." Peacock was stunned, saying, Why is that? I didn't think too much about it." Abbess Jingfan shook her head slightly. "Peacock, you are kind by nature and have a cold temperament. You are a good seedling to cultivate the Mortal Heart Sutra. However, your success depends on your temperament. If you want to win this main selection, you have to understand Zhongpei's intentions." Then, she praised Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, you have gained something from this trip. You can actually understand people's thoughts. That's rare." "Haha, it's nothing, Master." Chen Chen smiled and said, "Isn't it all because of Master's teachings? It's not easy for the cult leader to send me on a mission, how can I not be aware?" Then, Chen Chen said to Peacock, "Actually, senior sister, Zhongpei knew that the cult leader didn't have a good idea to take the Misty School under his wing without hurting his relationship with senior sister Yang. That's why he took the risk and let the cult leader see his loyalty. If it succeeds, it will be good. Even if it doesn't, he is still a loyal disciple." "Sigh, I know. But to use the lives of dozens of people to make a deal, I can't do it. Besides, the Misty School is just struggling at death's door. What value can it have? Isn't the cult leader overthinking it?" "Peacock, if you want to pass the official selection and stand out, then you have to stop thinking like this. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on thousands of bones. Without the blood of others, how can you achieve great things? Peacock shook her head. Master, there will be blood, but it will be the enemies. It shouldn't be innocent people. Silly child. Jing Fan shook her head slightly. She seemed to be blaming Peacock, but there was not a trace of dissatisfaction in her loving eyes. Her tone was still the same. Your mortal heart sutra is a waste. Everyone says, heaven is merciless. Only by cutting off all emotions can one see the mysteries of heaven. If you only care about the innocent, how can you achieve anything in this heart sutra? Peacock sighed. Perhaps. I believe that I am first and foremost a human. Without emotions, how can I become a human? Without a heart of compassion, how can I become a human? Only by being a human can I become a saint, and only then can I see the mysteries of heaven. Jing Fan Shatai also sighed like a peacock. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. It's just that the Mortal Heart Sutra has not been cultivated to its peak for many years. This shows how difficult it is to cultivate mortal and heaven. You have far surpassed your master's achievements in the past. You are seen by the cult leader as the most promising person to see the mysteries of heaven, but if your understanding is wrong, Peacock, you will never reach the realm of heaven. Peacock looked stubborn. She raised her head and looked at the full moon. Her face was pure and holy. What kind of realm is heaven? How can I, a mere mortal, understand it? Only by being a qualified mortal can one be qualified to cultivate this heaven. At this point, Zhong Xiaohua's face appeared in Peacock's mind. In an instant, it filled her entire heart. This. Peacock frowned and was puzzled. Why? Why am I still thinking about him? At this time, Chen Chen asked curiously, Master, Senior, what are you talking about? I am also cultivating this Mortal Heart Sutra. Why can't I understand? Hehe, if you understood, the cult leader would have sent you to Carefree City. Abbess Jing Fan smiled. It's just that my cultivation is not as high as yours. What's so great about that? I'll go. At this point, Chen Chen remembered something and said, Oh, Senior, I forgot to tell you. I met Ren Xiaoyaro at Shushin Peak. Ah! Peacock almost cried out in surprise. That guy's image had just flashed in her mind and now it was mentioned. Not to mention Peacock, even others would cry out in surprise. As expected, Peacock's loss of composure immediately attracted Chen Chen and Jing Fan's attention. Chen Chen asked curiously, Senior, what's your name? Don't tell me you've forgotten about him. No. Peacock tried to cover it up. I just find it strange. Isn't this little medicine boy at Bayou Peak? Why did he go to Shushin Peak? Did he tell you something fun again? Hearing Peacock talking about something fun, Chen Chen immediately beamed with joy. He pulled Peacock and Abbess Jingfan and said, Master, Senior Sister, you don't know, this little medicine boy is really interesting. You said he was just a plant grower in the herb department of the pill-sprouting hall. Why was he sent to the Orchid Dusk as soon as he came to the pill-sprouting hall? Yulan Dusk. Peacock and Nun Jingfan were taken aback. Following that, Chen Chen vividly recounted the story of Zhong Xiaohua to them. Chen Chen's ability to imitate a storyteller was truly impressive. Both Nun Jingfan and Peacock were stunned by his narration as if they were listening to a storyteller. Even after Chen Chen had finished his narration, both of them were still immersed in the story. -4. Chapter 838. The first thing Nun Jingfan said when she regained her senses was, This kid is boasting. I've experienced the power of the yellow wind. Peacock and you are no match for it. Ren Xiaoyaro is just a little medicine boy. No matter how good he is at martial arts, there is no way he could have escaped from the claws of the yellow wind. But, Chen Chen said anxiously, he didn't say that he ran away. He was injured by the yellow wind and was called away by a roar. That's why they thought he was dead and didn't take his life. He's not lying to me, is he? Peacock thought for a moment. Ren Xiaoyaro looks like an honest man. Before he joined the fragrance cult, he was already protecting the girls. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's chivalrous. Also, according to what you said, he sacrificed himself to save the disciples of the Tuoden Hall. That's exactly his style, so I don't think he's lying. There's someone in this world who would sacrifice his own life to save others. Nanjing Fan was the first to say in disbelief, I'm old and I've seen a lot of people. How come I've never seen such a noble person? Seen a lot of people? Chen Chen covered her mouth and almost screamed, this word. It doesn't seem right. She could tell Peacock the meaning of this word, but how could she tell Nanjing Fan? Chen Chen? Nanjing Fan seemed to have noticed Chen Chen's surprise and asked, what's wrong? Do you think I said something wrong? This. Chen Chen hurriedly waved his hand and tried his best to explain, it's not that what Master said is inappropriate, but that Zhong Xiaohua is really interesting. I didn't expect him to do such a good deed. Moreover, he was seriously injured and was saved by the disciple of the Misty Hall who was valued by the hierarch. Ha, saved by someone? That's good karma. Peacock laughed. Jing Fan Shatai also nodded, that's right. A few days ago, I heard from the elders in the palace that a female disciple of the Lihua Palace was also saved by someone. Moreover, that person even picked the yuan returning grass that Vice Palace Master Yin needed, which could be considered as saving Yin Yin's life. Therefore, Yin Yin of the Lihua Palace wanted to recruit that disciple into the Lihua Palace. How is that possible? Peacock and Chen Chen laughed. Isn't Master's junior Yin a little too fond of the house and its crow? Who was this female disciple? How can an ordinary disciple be accepted into the inner sect so easily? However, Lord Hierarch also agreed. However, he didn't say anything. He only allowed a probationary disciple to pass the test before he could be accepted into the inner sect. Haha, that's good too. Since that disciple was defeated in the test, it can be considered that Martial Uncle Yin has given him a chance to repay the kindness of the origin returning grass. She can also bestow him a cultivation technique and this matter will be settled. Martial Uncle Yin, who is this disciple? Why is there no order in doing things? Why are you causing trouble for Lord Hierarch? Abbess Jing Fan shook her head, the orchid dusk refinement is a tragedy, followed by the main selection that occurs once every 10 years. How can I have the time to care about this? I believe that Lord Hierarch is being pestered by Yin Yin and has no choice but to do this. Right, Master, when I asked you about the Misty School, you said that it's not that simple. Why is that? Chen Chen couldn't help but recall what Abbess Jing Fan said just now. That's a good question. Abbess Jing Fan nodded, I was just about to tell you. Actually, speaking of the Misty School, I believe you all know that this Misty School is the same as our fragrance sect. It's a big sect that passed down the path of immortality 10,000 years ago. However, in the past 1,000 years, it has gradually declined and lost its prestige. As the inner disciples of our Misty Temple, you all must know about the legend of immortality. You know that immortality isn't just an illusion, it really existed 10,000 years ago. Our fragrance sect and Misty School, as well as the Daylin Temple, all have the legacy of immortality. Chen Chen spoke first. Of course, isn't the purpose of our main selection to choose the best female disciple to inherit the immortality of fragrance sect? Sigh, yes. You're right, but do you know? In the main selection that occurs once every 10 years, our fragrance sect hasn't chosen a suitable disciple for the past 50 years. Also, our fragrance sect's secret room seems to be getting worse. If we still can't find a suitable disciple after 20 years, then not only will our fragrance sect be like the Misty School, will gradually decline, we might not even be able to choose a leader. Peacock and Chen Chen's faces were also gloomy. They said unwillingly, Master, why must our fragrance sect's leader be a disciple? Didn't the Misty School not force it? What do kids know? Nanjing Fan glared at them. It's because of the Misty School's lack of understanding that led to their decline. Our fragrance sect, the Daylin Temple, and even the Tenri sect, which one of us doesn't have such strict requirements? That's how the immortality of immortality can be passed down from generation to generation. After so many trials and tribulations, we're still safe and sound. That's right, if the Misty School doesn't have any benefits, then why? Chen Chen was still doubtful. Didn't we just say that our fragrance sect hasn't chosen a suitable female disciple for the past 50 years? The Daylin Temple seems to have encountered the same problem. Since we can't find the reason, we have to look outside. The Tenri sect doesn't bother us, we're lucky that they didn't provoke us. We have no reason to look for trouble. Before Nanjing Fan could finish, Peacock shouted, "The Tenri sect has robbed and killed disciples on their way back to their sect. How can they say that they didn't provoke us?" Nanjing Fan waved her hand. "The Tenri sect has always been cruel and merciless. Once they make a move, there's no way to survive. If they want to kill you, you won't be able to come back alive. The elders in Mo Xian's palace think that the disciple who tried to kill you might not be from the Tenri sect." "Not from the Tenri sect? Then which sect is it?" Peacock was even more surprised. "I wouldn't dare to boast about my martial arts. I've seen the blade with my own eyes. Which sect in Jianghu would have such power? Which sect is it exactly? Even the elders don't know. After all, our fragrance sect is located in a corner and it's not convenient for us to get involved in Jianghu. It's difficult to find out who it is." Nanjing Fan smiled and said, "Peacock, don't worry. As long as we find out who it is, the fragrance sect will seek justice for you." "Nun, please continue. I'm waiting to hear more." Chen Chen's face was full of anticipation as if she was listening to a legend. "Millimeter, I'll continue." Nanjing Fan smiled and said, "I was going to tell you about this later. Since you're about to participate in the selection, I'll let you know more about it now. Since our leader couldn't find the reason for the selection from the outside and had to solve the problem of saving the inheritance chamber, he turned his attention to the Misty School in Pingyang City. Before our disciples in the outer sect could make a move, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhong San, wanted to join forces with us to deal with the Misty School through the people in the outer sect. Coincidentally, when Zhong San sent the message, the restriction of Jianqi Lake was loosened. Our leader got the news immediately. This is also a coincidence. You said that our leader's last disciple was in the Misty School. If it was any other day, he would have rejected it immediately. Maybe he would have taken the opportunity to destroy the Righteous Alliance while the restriction was loosened. But at this time, our leader wanted to see what secrets the Misty School had, so he agreed. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Zhong San also had his own plans. From the beginning, he went behind the sect leader and Daylin Temple's back and killed the two junior brothers of the ethereal sect leader, Oyu Peng. In an instant, there was a death grudge. Later on, things got out of hand. Oyu Peng committed suicide, and so did his eldest direct disciple. The situation was completely out of the sect leader's control. Although the sect leader was helpless, he could only follow the previous agreement and send the Ethereal Mountain Villa and Ethereal Peak to the Righteous Alliance. All the Ethereal Sect's disciples were crippled of their martial arts and were brought back to Shushan Peak by Yang Rupiying. Hearing this, Peacock asked curiously, "Master, didn't our leader want to find a solution to the problem of the inheritance chamber? Misty Villa and Misty Peak were given to the Righteous Alliance. Where can we find a solution?" Master Jing Fan hesitated for a moment and said, "At first, our leader wanted to start with Misty Peak and Misty Villa, but then the situation changed. There was a better place than Misty Peak. According to our leader, there must be a solution to the inheritance chamber in that place, so we gave Misty Peak and Misty Villa to the Righteous Alliance." Haha, in fact, if you think about the decline of the Misty School, you can know that the Misty School didn't have a good way to pass down the inheritance. The possibility of Misty Peak finding a solution is very small. Then, what's a better place than Misty Peak? Chen Chen asked. "This? I don't know. Because of Oyu Peng's suicide, all clues to find this place were cut off. Now, only Oyu Peng's resurrection can tell us where to go or how to enter that place. I say, our leader put all the disciples of the Misty School at Shushan Peak, the faction leader's sister at the back of the mountain, and even the disciples who were crippled of their martial arts were gathered together without doing anything else. I didn't know that our leader had so many plans." Haha, that's right. Senior sister was chosen by the Righteous Alliance 60 years ago. Her martial arts and wisdom are unmatched by the other senior sisters. Everything she did was planned far ahead. Then, she looked at Peacock and Chen Chen and said earnestly, "I hope that the two of you can also stand out in the Righteous Alliance this time and inherit the legacy of our fragrance sect, becoming the new generation's leader." Peacock and Chen Chen smiled bitterly. "Master, you should lower your expectations. It's been 50 years and so many senior sisters couldn't stand out in the Righteous Alliance. Our martial arts are probably not good enough. Master Jing Fan smiled mysteriously. The Righteous Alliance is related to martial arts, but the real deciding factor is not martial art. -4. Chapter 839. Not martial arts. Chen Chen and Peacock asked curiously, Then what is it? This. Nanjing Fan was at a loss for words. Maybe it's luck. Maybe it's fate. Maybe it's a test of the mind. I'm not sure myself. After all, I've participated in the selection but I didn't succeed. However, according to Senior Sister, martial arts shouldn't be that important. She also said that if I can improve my Mortal Heart Sutra, I might be able to pass the selection. Ayo, Master, that means Senior Sister still has a chance. Chen Chen said happily. Isn't that so? It's because Peacock's Mortal Heart Sutra is so good that even though her martial arts aren't the best, doesn't the sect leader still regard her as an elite? Even the sect leader sent Peacock to the sacrificial ceremony in Carefree City. Hehe, Senior Sister, if you become the sect leader, you must take good care of me. Chen Chen began to plan for his future. We haven't even taken any shape yet, what's the point of saying this? Peacock shook her head. Book it in advance. You're in a bad situation now so it's easier to talk to you. If you really pass the selection, it won't be easy for me to talk to you. It's better to say it now. Chen Chen curled his lips and said. I know. Who doesn't care? Who doesn't care about you? Hurry up and cultivate. Who knows, you might pass the selection and I might not. All right, the two of you stop quarreling. Don't I only have the two of you as my disciples? It's good that you two love each other. It's only a few days until the selection. Hurry up and cultivate. You only have one chance. If you fail this time, you won't have another chance in the future. It's better to make good use of this opportunity. Nanjing Fan said and walked out of the pavilion, leaving Peacock and Chen Chen to meditate and cultivate the Mortal Heart Sutra under the moonlight. However, not long after, Peacock opened her eyes and looked at the setting full moon. She thought to herself, why is this happening? I haven't seen this person for a long time, why did he appear again today? Could it be that I can't get rid of this nemesis in my life? The nemesis that the Peacock spoke of was not at the Shushin Peak as she had imagined. Instead, it was at a small hut in the Fiery Palace, which was an unknown distance away from the Peacock. Its body was shining as it absorbed the starlight, and its eyes were closed as it slept. A few days passed and Zhong Xiaohua followed Zhong Pinga around Lihua Temple. In fact, it was similar to Tuor Dan Hall, it was divided into medicinal herbs and alchemy. However, the medicinal herbs were all rare and precious. Ordinary herbs were not important. As for alchemy, it was done in the alchemy room. This was something that Zhong Xiaohua did not have the qualifications to observe at the moment. She could only look at it from afar. Even her divine sense could not pry into it. However, Zhong Xiaohua's alchemy skills had reached a high level and she no longer coveted the alchemy skills of Lingxiang Peak. Instead, she was amazed at how many medicinal herbs were grown in Lihua Temple. Occasionally, when she asked, Zhong Pinga would not explain in detail. She only said that there was a special method in the temple that could only be used by disciples with profound internal energy. As for what it was, she could not tell Zhong Xiaohua. However, Zhong Xiaohua had some doubts. Since Lingxiang Peak could grow these rare medicinal herbs, why would they plant some medicinal herbs that could not germinate on Tianmu Peak? Fortunately, Zhong Pinga basically did not treat Zhong Xiaohua as an outsider. Except for the secret of the temple that could not be said, these things that could not be regarded as secrets were also bluntly told. The reason was simple. When Lihua Hall planted rare spiritual grasses, it would consume something, and the more it was used, the less it would be used. If it wasn't for Lihua Hall's spiritual grasses such as the rejuvenating jade pill, which was an essential elixir used by the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Lihua Hall would only plant some spiritual grasses. The cost of planting such spiritual grasses was too high. Even from Lingering Fragrance Peak's point of view, it wasn't very cost-effective. When they saw that Huanxi Mountain Villa could grow spiritual grasses without using their own methods, they were naturally overjoyed. According to the purpose of frugality, they would interrogate the cultivation method of spiritual grasses while planting some spiritual grasses on Tianmu Peak, hoping to find a feasible way to grow them. After listening to this, Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood that the method of planting the medicinal herbs in Lihua Hall was definitely related to the primordial stones. That was to say, they had their own unique incantation. Well, it could not be called an incantation. It was just like the 3 auspicious treasures of the Righteous Alliance. They used something similar to an incantation to guide the primordial stones out of the primordial stones and instilled it into the medicinal herbs in the medicinal field. Perhaps, this was the real method of planting the medicinal herbs when the immortal Tao was flourishing? Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and guessed very matter-of-factly. Of course, planting the medicinal herbs like planting crops was really not very compatible with the status of the medicinal herb. During this period, Zhong Xiaohua also secretly inquired about Zhong Pei's location. She roughly knew that he was on the mountainside of the lingering fragrance peak. As for the specific location, Zhong Xiaohua did not know. Moreover, there were many restrictions on the lingering fragrance peak. If one did not have the waste token of the lingering fragrance peak, one could only move within one's own area and could not even take a step away from it. Even within the boundary of Mo Xian Palace, there was a powerful protective array. According to what Zhong Xiaohua said, it was so powerful that even the protective array at the foot of the mountain could not be compared to it. Therefore, without understanding the situation of the entire lingering fragrance peak, Zhong Xiaohua temporarily gave up the idea of directly rushing to the peak of lingering fragrance peak. She did not know why, but the martial arts test that Zhong Xiaohua's master had arranged had not been carried out. Although this test was extremely simple to Zhong Pinga, without this test, Zhong Xiaohua would not be able to obtain the waste token of an inner disciple. Therefore, she often went to look for her master and did not come to look for Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua also saw some clues and asked Zhong Pinga if there were any accidents. However, Zhong Pinga frowned and said that Mo Xian Palace of Lingering Fragrance Peak had some urgent matters and required the cooperation of the various hall masters. Therefore, there was no time. However, she would often look for her master and let her inform eldest senior sister to carry out the test as soon as possible. Zhong Xiaohua actually did not care too much. Seeing that Zhong Pinga was anxious, she comforted her. Anyway, she was already in distant Flame Hall and it was only a matter of time. Zhong Pinga only forced a smile and accompanied Zhong Xiaohua for a while before leaving in a hurry. She must have gone to look for her master again. After Zhong Pinga left, Zhong Xiaohua sent her off with his gaze. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A personal disciple of the mythical Fire Hall's Vice Hall Master was accompanying a little medicine boy who had just arrived at the mythical Fire Hall every day. Although Zhong Xiaohua did not directly say her thoughts, but how could Zhong Xiaohua, who had been baptized by Nai Chenyu, not see the hidden meaning in her words? At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was secretly regretting. Of course, she should have refused to come to Lingering Fragrance Peak when she was at Shushin Peak. However, Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head again. How could she defy the hierarch's orders? Maybe I should find a chance to talk to Zhong Pinga? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, but then she scratched her head again. What should I say? What can I say? She was conflicted, and at her wit's end. It was really difficult to reject and say hurtful word. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was pondering and even delaying her cultivation, she suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. Before the footsteps reached the front of the room, they stopped and shouted, "Junior! Brother Ren, are you in the room?" Hearing someone calling her, Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Everyone she knew on Lingering Fragrance Peak was female. Now that a male disciple was calling her, it must not be a good thing. Sure enough, when Zhong Xiaohua walked out, it was a disciple she had never seen before. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao. May I know what is the matter, senior brother?" The disciple returned the greeting and said with a smile, "My surname is Ma. You can call me senior brother Ma. However, the person who is looking for you is not me, but senior brother Yang." Zhong Xiaohua was even more surprised. Senior brother Yang? Who is it? I don't seem to know him. Senior brother Ma stepped forward and pulled her affectionately. It doesn't matter if you don't know him now. In any case, we will be disciples of distant fire palace in the future. How can you not know senior brother Yang? Zhong Xiaohua frowned and pulled her arm out without a trace. She smiled and said, I am not a disciple of distant fire palace yet. Whether I can pass the test or not is another matter. Why don't I pay a visit to senior brother Yang after I officially become a disciple of distant fire palace? What do you think? Senior brother Ma's expression changed slightly when he saw this. His tone was a little cold as he said, Senior brother Yang is the eldest senior amongst the male disciples of the distant fire palace. I think that he is extremely protective of us male disciples. Senior brother Yang is probably looking for junior brother Ren because he is concerned about junior brother Ren's future. He has good intentions. Junior brother Ren's pretentious actions may not necessarily hurt senior brother Yang's feelings. Even the disciples of the distant fire palace do not know how they view junior brother Ren. If I were junior brother Ren, I would definitely make this trip. Haha, my future. How the disciples of distant fire palace view me. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she unconsciously sneered from the bottom of her heart. Do I still care about how others view me? Do I still need to be afraid of how others view me? She originally wanted to put down her pride and ignore him. However, when she thought about how flustered she was, she decided to go out for a walk instead of staying there. Who knows, she might be able to gain something. After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, so that's how it is. Then I really have to thank senior brother Yang for his concern. Then, it's better to accept politely than to decline courteously. Senior brother Ma, please lead the way. I'm still not familiar with the situation of the fiery palace, so please don't lead me to the fork in the road. These words had a double meaning. Senior brother Ma's expression changed a little. However, it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He laughed and said, Junior brother Ren must be joking. We are all disciples of distant fire palace and see each other frequently. How can I lead you to the fork in the road? Come, junior brother Ren, this way please. Senior brother Yang is still waiting. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and followed senior martial brother Ma to a desolate mountain valley. When Zhong Xiaohua saw senior martial brother Yang, who was casually sitting on a rock, she was stunned. Why is he here? -4. Chapter 840. When Zhong Xiaohua saw senior martial brother Yang, who had been waiting for a long time, she was stunned. Why is he here? She might not be familiar with this person, but she had only met him once. He was the one who shared a table with Zhong Xiaohua on her first night here. Yes, he had even warned Zhong Xiaohua that he would definitely teach him when he had the time. He was indeed a man of his word. He was here to teach Zhong Xiaohua. Senior martial brother Ma walked over to senior martial brother Yang, who was casually sitting on a rock. His attitude was very respectful as he cupped his hands and bowed. Senior martial brother Yang, Ren Xiaoyaro is here. Senior martial brother Yang had been watching all along. He waved his hand and said, all right, you can go now. After senior martial brother Ma left, senior martial brother Yang did not say anything. He only looked at Zhong Xiaohua with interest, as if he was looking at a stranger. Zhong Xiaohua did not mind and stood straight. Although her eyes were not provocative, she did not avoid his gaze. She was also observing senior martial brother Yang. After a moment of silence, senior martial brother Yang retracted his gaze and looked at the pure white sea of clouds on lingering fragrance peak. He smiled and said, my name is Yang Jianhan. This should be the second time I meet junior brother Ren. Zhong Xiaohua was amused by his deep look. She nodded and said, thank you for sharing a table with me that day, senior martial brother Yang. I remember that senior martial brother Yang said that you would teach me. I did not expect that the teaching would come so quickly. Yang Jianhan glanced at her and was a little surprised. He said with disdain, teaching? Not really. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. A heart-to-heart talk? Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, talking about life and ambitions. I have always talked to girls. I am not interested in people like Senior Marshal Brother Yang. Yang Zhenhan seemed to be touched by something. His face turned cold and he said, unfortunately, my heart-to-heart talk has never been about romance. I only talk to people who have eyes but fail to see. Zhong Xiaohua chuckled, since I have nothing to do, I would like to ask Senior Marshal Brother Yang for advice. What do you want to talk to me about? Brother? Yang Zhenhan was even more disdainful. You want to be my brother? You are not qualified. You can just call me Senior Marshal Brother Yang. Faint. Zhong Xiaohua almost vomited. She had seen disciples who were not strange, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Yang Zhenhan. She could not lower herself to his level. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua could only smile bitterly. Then please, Senior Marshal Brother Yang. Who knows, Senior Marshal Sister Zhong might have something to tell me later. Yang Zhenhan became even angrier when Zhong Pinga was mentioned. He took a deep breath and stood on the huge rock. He turned his head and said, Junior Marshal Brother Ren, I know that you were able to establish a relationship with Senior Marshal Sister Zhong from an ordinary disciple of the Pill Tower Hall. You must have put in a lot of effort to get her to help you accommodate the Deputy Hall Master and give you the status of a preparatory disciple. However, to be honest, the distant Fire Hall is not suitable for you. I advise you to obediently return to the White Mountain Peak and be an obedient little medicine boy. If you agree, I will give you the appropriate compensation. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy. She said with interest, I wonder what kind of compensation Senior Marshal Brother Yang can give me that can make up for my regret of not being able to enter the inner sect. Yang Zhenhan said with disdain, entering the inner sect is only for medicinal pills and martial arts. I will give you enough medicinal pills and a complete set of internal strength cultivation methods for inner sect disciples. What do you think? Zhong Xiaohua said unhurriedly, if I enter the inner sect, what you said will be easy. If you were me, would you choose to go back? Yang Zhenhan's eyes narrowed a few times. Do you think you have the confidence to pass the martial arts test? Phut, I don't have the slightest confidence. Does it have anything to do with you? Zhong Xiaohua snorted. Yang Zhenhan was furious. He jumped down from the huge rock and wanted to grab Zhong Xiaohua's collar. How could Zhong Xiaohua let him get close to her? Just as she was about to raise her hand to block, her heart skipped a beat. Her body tilted and Yang Zhenhan's hand was on Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhong Xiaohua pretended to be angry and said, Senior Marshal Brother Yang, the inner sect forbids disciples from fighting each other. If you know what's good for you, you should let go of your hand. Ah! Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was acting arrogant, Yang Zhenhan laughed and said, the inner sect forbids disciples from fighting each other, but it doesn't prohibit disciples from learning from each other. Junior Brother Ren and I are only competing in martial arts. What can the inner sect say about that? You. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. At this moment, Yang Zhenhan changed his expression and said coldly, Junior Brother Ren, I see that you are doing well in the White Mountain Peak. Have you forgotten your identity? This is the Flame Hall of the Lingxiang Peak, not your small pill expanding hall. I don't care if you can pass the bullshit martial arts test. I just want to tell you that you should stay away from Zhong Pinga. What the? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, why is it another jealous guy? Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to explain feebly, Senior Brother Yang, I think you've misunderstood. Senior Sister Zhong and I have a pure relationship. It's not like what you're imagining. Senior Sister Zhong only said a few words in front of the Vice Palace Master out of gratitude because I saved her during the Twilight Orchid refinement. Therefore, Senior Brother Yang, you should continue to be busy with whatever you were busy with in the past. Please don't count me in. Really? You. When Yang Zhenhan heard this, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. I originally thought that Senior Marshal Sister Zhong had her eyes on some hero. But when I saw you, I was displeased. When I heard what you said today, I was even more displeased. Look at you, as a man, if you like Senior Marshal Sister Zhong, then so be it. Why did you back off when I threatened you? I really despise your actions. I really don't know what Zhong Pinga likes about you. Zhong Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but Yang Zhenhan tightened his grip, Don't talk to me about saving senior martial sister Zhong. Good girl, you even plucked the origin returning grass. Senior martial sister Zhong did all of this, right? I want to know what kind of bewitching method you used to make senior martial sister Zhong so muddle-headed. Yang Zhenhan tightened his grip. Zhong Xiaohua felt the force on her shoulders and immediately cried out, Senior martial brother. I'm telling the truth. I definitely saved Zhong Ping'er. I was also the one who plucked the origin returning grass. Yang Zhenhan tightened his grip even more. Who are you trying to fool? With your martial arts. You can't even withstand 3 of my moves. How did you save senior martial sister Zhong? Initially, Zhong Xiaohua felt pity for Yang Zhenhan when she saw that Yang Zhenhan was forcing her because of Zhong Ping'er. She did not want to get involved in this dispute, so she did not retaliate. She only compromised and thought that it would be over if she took a step back. However, when she saw that Yang Zhenhan's grip did not lessen and even showed signs of crippling her, she became furious. What she hated the most was to see people using their martial arts to bully others. Therefore, she coldly said, Yang Zhenhan, if you're a man, then go find Yu Zhuochuan. Why do you have to make fun of me, a disciple who just entered the distant fire hall? When he heard Zhong Xiaohua mention Yu Zhuochuan, Yang Zhenhan's face became even more ferocious. See, you still say that you have nothing to do with her. Even Yu Zhuochuan knows about it. Why are you still pretending? Let me take care of you first. After that, I will find Yu Zhuochuan and let him know how powerful I am. Unfortunately, Yang Zhenhan's arrogance came to an end. Zhong Xiaohua could not take it anymore. She stood up and shook her arm that was grabbed by Yang Zhenhan. It was as if she was shaking off a fly on her sleeve. A huge force rushed towards Yang Zhenhan's arm. Yang Zhenhan could not hold it in and his body staggered backward. Huh! You're really strong. You're really strong. Yang Zhenhan clapped his hands and praised. Then, he got into a stance and drew circles with both his hands. It was a move that alternated between real and fake. Then, he attacked Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua was impatient. Just like before, she shook her left hand and grabbed Yang Zhenhan's neck. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's left hand approaching him at lightning speed, Yang Zhenhan's eyes revealed a look of disbelief for the first time. He did not care whether his moves were real or fake. He flipped his hands upwards and spat out his inner energy. He wanted to hit Zhong Xiaohua's wrist. Hey! Seeing how Yang Zhenhan's moves changed rapidly and how his palms were filled with inner energy, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to use her arm to block in front of her. She retracted her arm and took a step forward. Then, she circulated her inner energy and attacked with the Big Dipper magical fist. Yang Zhenhan saw that Zhong Xiaohua's moves were simple, but they were filled with energy. There were also rarely any flaws in her moves. He subconsciously stopped underestimating her and focused his attention on Zhong Xiaohua. In this short period of time, both of them had a rough understanding of each other. The more Yang Zhenhan fought, the more fearful he became. Zhong Xiaohua was like a deep pool that Yang Zhenhan could not see the bottom of. Zhong Xiaohua casually threw out moves. Although these moves did not look too different, they were able to block Yang Zhenhan's moves with great precision. The strength in his hands was just right, able to block Yang Zhenhan's internal energy. Not even a little bit more would be enough to block Yang Zhenhan's internal energy. On the other hand, Zhong Xiaohua was even more relaxed. She casually executed a few more moves and lifted her body up. Before Yang Zhenhan could react, she immediately pressed on the major acupoints on his head. Then, Zhong Xiaohua closed her eyes slightly as if she was thinking about something. Then, her fingers danced like butterflies and randomly pressed on Yang Zhenhan's head. Just as Zhong Xiaohua's fingers left his head, Yang Zhenhan, who had his acupoints pressed by Zhong Xiaohua, suddenly opened his eyes. However, the look in his eyes was lifeless as he stared straight ahead. Looking at Yang Zhenhan's appearance, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and asked softly, "What is your name?" "Yang Zhenhan." Yang Zhenhan's reply was a little slow and his voice was flat. "Ha ha ha." Zhong Xiaohua laughed out loud when she heard it. Her body spun a few times in the air and she laughed, "Bewitching finger, you really live up to your reputation." -4 Chapter 841. When senior brother Ma walked out of the valley, he didn't walk too far. He just strolled around and muttered to himself, "Senior brother Yang, please be a little more lenient. Senior sister Zhong personally picked this guy to come to Li Hua Hall. I can't afford to offend you, and I can't afford to offend senior sister Zhong. If you were to accidentally injure Ren Xiaoyaro, I was the one who called him out. When he came out, many people saw him. I can't afford to bear the consequences." Just as he was anxiously pacing back and forth, praying for mercy from the heavens, he heard footsteps from the forest behind him. Senior brother Ma immediately turned around. Before he could see clearly, he asked, "Senior brother Yang, you wouldn't cripple that brat, right?" But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the scene in front of him. He immediately shut his mouth and stood there like a stone statue. His jaw couldn't even close. He saw Yang Jianhan holding onto Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder affectionately. As he walked, he said something. When he got closer, he waved his hand and said to senior brother Ma, "Junior brother Ma, bring junior brother Ren back. He said that he doesn't know the way. If you don't bring him along, he will barge into Mo Xian Palace." "Oh okay, I will immediately bring junior brother Ren back." Senior brother Ma, who had just reacted, immediately woke up from his daze. He smiled and said, "Of course. Just now, I was the one who brought junior brother Ren out. Now, I will definitely be the one bringing him back." "Thank you, senior brother Ma." Zhong Xiaohua appeared especially polite. "Oh, right." Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was about to leave with senior brother Ma, Yang Jianhan called out, "Junior brother Ma, in the future, junior brother Ren will be a brother of our Li Hua Hall. You and the other disciples have to take care of junior brother Ren. After all, he has just joined our Li Hua Hall." But senior brother Ma had a different opinion. "Junior brother Ren hasn't passed the test, right?" "Test?" Yang Jianhan waved his hand and said, "If junior brother Ren's martial arts can't pass the test, who else can?" After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Only after he had walked far away did he pat the back of his head and muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why does my head hurt so much?" And it was also very strange. Could it be that something had happened to his face? But I don't have any impression of it at all. In the distance, Zhong Xiaohua followed behind senior brother Ma with a smug look on her face. Although it was her first time using bewitching finger, the effect was extremely satisfying for Zhong Xiaohua. Under Zhong Xiaohua's questioning, Yang Jianhan almost told her about how he was still wetting his bed when he was 5 years old. The first thing that Zhong Xiaohua wanted to ask about was Zhong Pei's residence. Unfortunately, Yang Jianhan and Zhong Ping'er were the same. They both knew roughly where the male disciples of Mo Xian Palace lived. However, it was impossible for him to explain it clearly. Yang Jianhan didn't even know who Zhong Pei was. The second thing that Zhong Xiaohua wanted to ask about was naturally Zhong Ping'er. According to Yang Jianhan, Zhong Ping'er was the one with the most outstanding appearance among the 7 female disciples of Fiery Palace's Vice Palace Master Yin Yin. Moreover, Zhong Ping'er had never spoken much to any of the male disciples since she was young. She had always treated them coldly. Therefore, in the mouths of the male disciples of Fiery Palace, Zhong Ping'er had the nickname of Ice Beauty. Zhong Ping'er had always been doted on by Yin Yin. Among the 6 senior sisters, a few of them were biased towards her. In Li Hua Palace, she could be considered to have everything she wanted. As for the third senior sister, Mai Suiying, of course, she was jealous of Zhong Ping'er's favor in front of Yin Yin. Therefore, she made things difficult for her. Especially during the orchid evening refinement, Zhong Ping'er had risked her life to pick the origin returning grass from the orchid Grand Canyon, saving Yin Yin's life. This made Mai Suiying even more jealous. After all, after Zhong Ping'er had recovered from her injuries, her position in Yin Yin's eyes had risen by a lot. The third thing that Zhong Xiaohua wanted to ask about was the inner disciple Yu Zhuochuan that she had met on the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Previously, Zhong Xiaohua didn't know that there were so many differences between the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. She thought that Yu Zhuochuan was similar to her. Now that she had inquired from Yang Jianhan, she found out that Yu Zhuochuan was actually the youngest inner disciple in Mozun's palace. Even Yang Zhenhan didn't dare to have any ideas about her. Speaking of this, Zhong Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From Yang Zhenhan's words, she finally knew that in the eyes of the Lihua Palace's disciples, she had relied on Zhong Pinger's connections to enter Lihua Palace. As for herself, she had actually become a gigolo who hugged Zhong Pinger's thigh. This, isn't it funny? Zhong Xiaohua immediately thought of her second brother's situation in the Misty School. Wasn't it exactly the same? As for Yu Zhuochuan and Zhong Pinger, according to Yang Zhenhan, a while before the Valley Orchid Dusk refinement, Lihua Palace's Yin Yin was seriously ill. Zhong Pinger was in a bad mood and tried her best to treat her master's illness. Yu Zhuochuan seemed to have this plan long ago. She actually took advantage of the situation and brought Zhong Pinger many rare spiritual herbs. She almost won Zhong Pinger's heart. This made Yang Zhenhan, who still had high hopes for Zhong Pinger, extremely angry. What made Yang Zhenhan happy was that after Zhong Pinger returned from the Valley Orchid Grand Canyon, her attitude towards Yu Zhuochuan took a turn for the worse. She was like a completely different person, completely ignoring her. However, what made Yang Zhenhan angry was that Zhong Pinger actually worked hard for an ordinary disciple from the pill-expanding hall to enter Lihua Palace. This was also the reason why Yang Zhenhan wanted to show off his power the moment he saw Zhong Xiaohua. So it's like this. After listening to Yang Zhenhan's narration, Zhong Xiaohua left and understood Yu Zhuochuan's attitude towards her and Yang Zhenhan's lesson today. Sigh, what should I do? Walking behind senior brother Ma, Zhong Xiaohua recalled what Yang Zhenhan said and unconsciously sighed. Although Zhong Pinger was beautiful, she didn't have any feelings for her. Furthermore, she still hadn't dealt with Nai Chenyu, who was far away in Rejuvenation Valley. She didn't even know where Nai Chenyu was, so how could she dare to cause trouble? Hey, junior brother Ren, why are you sighing? When senior brother Ma heard this, he was extremely concerned and asked, could it be that senior brother Yang made things difficult for you? Then, he carefully looked around and said, junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. Senior brother Yang has always been very good to us. If he asks me to do something, I can't refuse. Moreover, although senior brother Yang's mouth is arrogant, he's actually a very good person. Even if he made things difficult for you, he wouldn't do it for no reason. Oh, I didn't say it properly. It should be that his subordinates know when to stop. Know when to stop. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, if he was grabbing my arm like he wanted to break it, how could he say no when to stop? Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's disdainful look, senior brother Ma felt awkward. He carefully said, I was only following orders. Junior brother Ren, in the future, when senior sister Zhong, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud shout from afar, Ren Xiaoyao? Ren Xiaoyao? Where are you? Senior sister Zhong. Senior brother Ma's face instantly turned pale. He muttered, how did you get here so quickly? When Zhong Xiaohua saw senior brother Ma's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. She raised her voice and said, senior sister Zhong, I'm here. Why are you here? When Zhong Pinger heard this from afar, she used her qinggong to come closer. When she saw senior brother Ma in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned. She blurted out, junior brother Ma, why are you here? This. Senior brother Ma didn't know how to answer. Zhong Xiaohua, who was beside him, smiled and said, I was bored in the house, so I grabbed senior brother Ma who was walking past the door and asked him to lead the way. Senior sister Zhong, you know that I have no sense of direction. As long as I walk casually, I definitely won't be able to find my way back. Fart. Zhong Pinger laughed out loud. She didn't look like the ice beauty that senior brother Ma usually saw. She couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She muttered in her heart, no wonder senior brother Yang is so angry. Look at Ren Xiaoyao. It's obvious that he and senior sister Zhong. Hihi, all the disciples have sharp eyes. Senior brother Ma immediately replied, that's right, that's right. Since senior sister Zhong is here, I won't accompany junior brother Ren any longer. See you another day, another day. After he spoke, he didn't wait for Zhong Xiaohua to thank him and quickly walked away. When he was far away, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "He's such a good person. He accompanied me for half a day and didn't even let me thank him. Ha ha ha." Zhong Ping'er couldn't help but laugh again. Zhong Xiaohua looked at her strangely. When she finished laughing, she asked innocently, "Junior sister, was what I said so funny? Why did you laugh when I said something? Our coordination is too good. Even the zither and the zither can't match up to you. Sure." Zhong Ping'er's snow-white face turned red. She was left speechless by those words. Seeing Zhong Ping'er's embarrassed expression, Zhong Xiaohua realized that she had used the wrong words. She immediately covered it up. "Oh right, junior sister, why did you look for me in such a hurry?" When Zhong Ping'er heard it, she immediately said solemnly, "Something unexpected happened, senior brother." "Something unexpected?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. "Lord Sect Leader removed my reserve status and allowed me to return to the pill-expanding hall? Or can I enter the fire-leaving hall without taking the martial arts test?" Zhong Xiaohua directly explained both the good and bad situations. Zhong Ping'er forced a smile and said, "How can there be such a far-fetched accident? Once Lord Sect Leader's decree is issued, it naturally won't be changed. It won't be what you think." "Hihi, then it's the martial arts test." Zhong Xiaohua understood a little and smiled. "Why? Is the martial arts test especially difficult?" Zhong Ping'er hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. "Senior brother, I'm afraid it's as you said." "Hihi, so what?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't think much of it. "Didn't you say that your eldest senior sister will be hosting? Why would she make things difficult for you?" "But third senior sister will be hosting tomorrow," Zhong Ping'er said with a sad face. -4. Chapter 842. Your third senior sister? That my Sujin who was trying to cause trouble for you on the way to the palace? Zhong Xiaohua was extremely surprised. "That's her. She is my third senior sister. Weren't you listening to our conversation at that time?" Zhong Ping'er was almost on the verge of tears. "At that time, the two of us made third senior sister very angry. She didn't like me to begin with, and now that you made her so angry, it would be strange if she didn't hold a grudge against you. This test tomorrow will definitely be extraordinary." Once she heard that Zhong Ping'er's third senior sister, Mai Sujin, would be the one presiding over the test, Zhong Xiaohua's heart relaxed. She patted Zhong Ping'er's shoulder and said, "Junior sister, don't be anxious. Isn't it just a martial arts test? Don't you know what kind of martial arts your senior brother is? What are we afraid of?" "But, senior brother, you really don't know. This Lingering Fragrance Peak's martial arts test has a huge difference in difficulty. It really doesn't matter." Zhong Xiaohua was still calm and smiled. "Why don't you tell me the reason?" Sigh. Zhong Ping'er also sighed and slowly returned to normal. Even if she was panicking now, what use would it be? "It's like this, senior brother," Zhong Ping'er explained. "These few days, I haven't been able to find master. I only know that Mo Xian has an important matter in her palace and she can't leave. I only wanted to end your martial arts test as soon as possible. It's not a good idea to leave it hanging like this. However, I couldn't find master, nor could eldest senior sister. My waste token couldn't reach Lingering Fragrance Peak, so I didn't know what was going on in Mo Xian's palace. I just felt that something wasn't right. When I went to look for eldest senior sister with the intention of giving it a try, I saw that she had something to do when she returned. I immediately stopped her and asked her about your test. Eldest senior sister smiled bitterly and said that master had already instructed me to do this. She had already made the necessary arrangements and only needed you to participate in the test. However, she really had more important matters to attend to, so before I came in, she had entrusted third senior sister to manage the test. I was stunned at the time and quickly asked eldest senior sister if it was possible to stop the test and wait for her to return. But grand senior sister was a little unhappy. She said that because I kept urging her, she made an exception and entrusted the test to someone else. She wanted me to sleep early. I want to postpone the test, but I can't because third senior sister has already told her that it will be held tomorrow morning." At this point, Zhong Ping'er said with a sobbing tone, "Senior brother, It's all my fault for being impatient. That's why I made a mistake. I know that third senior sister will definitely make things difficult for you. If I can calm my heart and wait for a few more days, as long as eldest senior sister conducts the test, you will definitely be able to pass. Zhong Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Does it matter who hosts it? My martial arts skills are high, why would I be afraid of this? Zhong Ping'er smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother, although there was a test for alchemy disciples in the distant fire palace before, it was long ago. Your test is a special case. Therefore, there is no fixed method for how to test and how to prove that your martial arts are strong. Only the person who presides over the test has the right to decide what kind of test to do and how to pass. Don't you think that this is very dangerous? If it's eldest senior sister, it's fine. But if third senior sister is determined to make things difficult for you, then everything is unknown. Of course, this was Zhong Ping'er's way of cheating. But it just so happened that she met with an accident. This obvious advantage immediately became a weakness that could be easily exploited. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and patted Zhong Ping'er's shoulder again. She smiled and said, It's all right. It's just a test. If I really fail, then I'll return to the pill hall and be a carefree little medicine boy. You. Zhong Ping'er was speechless. She glared at Zhong Xiaohua but didn't know what to say. She turned around and stomped her feet to leave. After Zhong Ping'er left, Zhong Xiaohua also came to her senses. Didn't she spend so much effort to get you to come to the distant fire hall? If you say something to ease her heart and even add carefree, isn't this obviously trying to hurt her heart? Senior sister Zhong. Zhong Xiaohua called out and chased after her. In the distance, under the cover of a building, a pair of eyes stared at this scene. It was as if there was fire in his eyes. After Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohua had left, a handsome face appeared. Wasn't this the disciple of Mo Xian Palace, Yu Zhuochuan, that Zhong Xiaohua had met before? At this time, Yu Zhuochuan was holding a folding fan in his hand. He was dressed in a scholarly manner and had a threatening temperament. He was the image of an elegant young master. Looking at the place where Ling Chen disappeared, Yu Zhuochuan unconsciously revealed a cold smile. He casually drew 2 circles with the folding fan in his hand and jumped off the building. Following the bluestone road below, he walked straight in another direction. On the Lingxiang Peak, in the courtyard of Nanjingfan, Peacock and Chen Chen were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be discussing something. Beside the lotus pond, a girl in purple was fiddling with the lotus leaves in the pond, extremely bored. There wasn't much expression on her pale face. Only her slightly furrowed brows and empty eyes showed that this girl had a lot on her mind. Peacock and Chen Chen said a few words and then stopped. They turned to look at the girl beside the lotus pond and whispered, Chen Chen, what's wrong with Zixia these days? She looks unhappy. What's the matter? Chen Chen also looked back and shook his head. How would I know? After returning from the Yulan dusk, this girl often came to find me. Maybe it's because we were close in the Yulan Grand Canyon and I protected her. But her face is just like what senior sister said, gloomier and gloomier by the day. It's as if someone owes her 3 bottles of Yuhuandan pill. She won't answer my questions. Zixia Tilda Peacock said, Come here. Senior sister Kong, you. Why did you call me? Zixia didn't dare to delay. She quickly walked into the pavilion and asked carefully, It's nothing much. You look so listless. Is there something troubling you? Zixia's eyes flickered and she forced a smile. Senior sister Kong, you're overthinking. What trouble? If there's something troubling me, why wouldn't I tell you? Senior sister Chen has been taking care of me. Chen Chen waved his hand. Zixia, you've been like this ever since you came back from the Yulan dusk. You. Sigh, what should I say about you? Some things can't be kept to yourself. Zixia panicked and quickly said, No, I really don't. Peacock and Chen Chen looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was so obvious and she still didn't say anything. Sigh, why are we worrying? At this moment, a voice was heard. Hey, Chen Chen, it's rare that you're here today. Zixia, you're here too? It was Nun Jingfan's voice. The 3 of them didn't dare to delay. They quickly got up and greeted Nun Jingfan, who was walking over. Nun Jingfan waved her hand and asked them to sit down. She smiled and said, "Zixia hasn't been here for a long time. Are you absorbing the essence of the sky stalactite?" Zixia blushed and stole a glance at Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't care. "What are you afraid of?" "I've already told Master. I'm sure the hierarch knows. Which disciple doesn't leave something good for themselves?" Zixia then said in a low voice, "Yes, Master Jingfan. My cultivation is still shallow. Of course, I want to improve my skills as soon as possible. Ian, senior sister Jingxian left early and didn't have time to guide you. Although this old one's mental cultivation method is different from senior sister Jingxian's, it's more than enough to guide you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Zixia's face was filled with gratitude as she said, "Senior sister Chen has always taken care of me. I also often ask senior sister Chen for help when I have some difficulties in cultivation." "Really?" Nun Jingfan turned to look at Chen Chen. "Of course." Chen Chen said proudly, "I'm Zixia's senior sister. If I don't take care of her, who will?" "Yes, not bad. Little Chen Chen has finally grown up." Nun Jingfan was very pleased. She didn't frown and asked Zixia again, "The hierarch suddenly issued a decree a few days ago. He wants a disciple of the Misty Hall in Shushan Peak to be a registered disciple of senior sister Jingxian. Do you know about this?" Zixia said respectfully, "Of course I know." "Then, did the hierarch say anything else? Like any explanation?" "This." Zixia hesitated. "He didn't explain much." I'm also confused. But this is the hierarch's idea. I'll just listen." "Yes, this is really strange. I also asked the hierarch. She only smiled and didn't say much. Seeing you here today, I thought of this." "Oh, right, Peacock, Chen Chen, the ceremony of the heir selection has been brought forward to tomorrow. You should also prepare." "What? Brought forward to tomorrow?" Peacock and Chen Chen were surprised. The heir selection is a big event that happens once every 10 years. How can it be brought forward? Could it be that something has happened? Seeing the curiosity of her two disciples, Nun Jingfan smiled lovingly and said, "It's not that big of a surprise. Although it was brought forward by a few days, there's no difference." Then, he thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there are some reasons for this." "Really? Then what's the reason?" Chen Chen's eyes were already sparkling as he asked. "It's strange. A few days ago, a disciple of the Mo Xian Palace was walking on the mountain path in the palace. Suddenly, lightning fell from the heavens and struck him into charcoal." "Lightning from the heavens?" Chen Chen said in disbelief. "It's been sunny these days. How could there be lightning? Who knows?" At that time, the disciple beside him said so. A golden lightning struck the disciple's head. The disciple didn't have any reaction and was immediately turned into charcoal. However, according to the disciple beside him, he didn't hear any lightning and it was sunny at that time. That disciple must have done something evil. That's why the god of thunder didn't like him and struck him to death with lightning. Chen Chen was very sure. Nun Jingfan smiled and said, "Chen Chen, you should know this disciple." "I know him." Chen Chen quickly waved his hand. "I, Chen Chen, have a noble character. How could I know a disciple that even the heavens don't like?" Then, he asked curiously, "Right, is it a male or female disciple?" -4. Chapter 843. That male disciple is the Zhongpei that we talked about a few days ago. Zhongpei? Oh, that Zhongpei who was the deputy leader of Miaoxiao Hall in Shushan Peak? Chen Chen was surprised. "Yes, that's him." Nun Jingfan confirmed. "Serves him right." Chen Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Although this guy is an inner disciple of Mozun Temple, his heart is really bad. He didn't do anything good in Shushan Peak and only thought about how to harm the disciples of the Misty School. If it wasn't for his connivance, how could Zhao Jian have the guts to kill dozens of people? Look at that female disciple of Misty Hall called Xia Zihei. She was tortured to such a state. How is she going to live the rest of her life?" Nun Jingfan also sighed. That's right. That child is just in her 20s, just a little older than you. So, the heavenly thunder came at a good time, it should strike this guy alive. Chen, Nun Jingfan frowned and said, Zhong Pei is the deputy hall chief of the Misty Hall. That's also the arrangement of His Excellency. Everything he does is also His Excellency's idea. Aren't you questioning His Excellency? Master Chen held Nun Jingfan's arm and said coquettishly, I didn't say anything about the leader. I only said that Zhong Pei did things without thinking about the consequences and didn't care about other people's lives. He deserves this retribution. Haha, Jingfan Shatai said with a laugh. Isn't that so? Several elders and consecrators also said the same thing. These past few days, Honorable Cult Leader has sealed off the news. In a few days, won't the entire Lingxiang Peak be spread? Peacock frowned and said, Master, this heavenly thunder, you also believe it? Ha ha, Nun Jingfan also laughed. Follow the people's will, follow the people's will. Zixia smiled at the side. Nun Jingfan's expression was very similar to Chen's. Zixia finally knew why Chen was so curious. Hearing Peacock say that it wasn't heavenly thunder, Zixia also became curious and couldn't help but ask, Senior Peacock, if it wasn't heavenly thunder, then what could it be? It could strike people into charcoal? Even if he's a top expert, he wouldn't have this kind of ability. Peacock looked at Zixia and then at Nun Jingfan. She smiled and said, Junior Martial Sister Zixia has only been in our fragrant religion for a short period of time and has not entered Mo Shui Palace, so there are many secrets in the religion that you do not know. This, Master, in fact, in my opinion, it seems to be the power of some magic tool. Jingfan Nun also nodded slightly and said with a smile, Peacock's words do make some sense. Hierarch seems to have the same understanding, but the signs are similar to magic tools, but now, who can find such magic tools? And who can use this kind of magic tool? Magic weapon? Zixia's face was full of surprise. Martial uncle, what weapon is this? The person beside Chen quickly said, Zixia, don't ask if you don't understand. Didn't Senior Sister Peacock say that you haven't entered Mo Xian's palace? You can only listen to these things. If you ask too much, we won't know how to answer. Zixia nodded and did not say anything. Peacock pondered for a moment and said after a while, since the Tenri sect, oh, no, the disciples of the Tenri sect can use the sword aura, it can't be said that the sect has also received the inheritance of the Way of Immortality. It's possible that they have one or two magic tools of the Way of Immortality. Way of Immortality? Zixia was even more surprised, but her little mouth was tightly shut and she was unwilling to ask another word. That's the problem. Since they have received the inheritance of the Way of Immortality and also obtained the magic tools of the Way of Immortality, why did they come to our fragrant religion? Why would they kill a third-rate inner disciple for no reason? But Master, I heard from the Great Elder that our fragrant religion has not been peaceful recently. The deputy leader of the Pill Opening Hall was killed and many disciples of the Baiyu Peak, Fuqiu Peak, Zhohua Peak and many other peaks lost their lives. In addition, thousands of people were killed by Yulan Mu. Do you think it has something to do with this? The deputy leader of the Pill Opening Hall was killed. Chen was shocked. Why haven't I heard of it? That's a disciple of our Mo Xian Palace. Master Jingfan nodded. Yes, the current Lingxiang Peak is indeed a bit like stagnant water with slight ripples. An undercurrent is brewing under the calm surface of the water, waiting for the right opportunity to stir up huge waves. It can't be, Master. What you said is too scary. Chen pretended to be pitiful. Our fragrant religion has always been inconvenient to get in and out. Even the Lingxiang Peak has a peak protection array. Even if some people come in, they are far from being a match for us inner disciples. Oh, the peak protection array. Speaking of this, Chen was shocked. Didn't the divine thunder that killed Zhong Pei pass through the peak protection array? Of course it broke through the peak protection array. Otherwise, the leader would have already searched the Lingxiang Peak. Jingfan Nun said with a smile, although the situation in the cult is a bit abnormal, this godly thunder, let's call it godly thunder for the time being, according to the estimations of the cult leader and the previous elders, it has nothing to do with what's happening now. It's not even intentional. Huh? Chen Chen asked curiously, then what is it? It should be the brilliance of the magic weapon left by the predecessors of the fragrant religion outside the Lingxiang Peak when it is about to be unearthed. Magic weapon? Unearthed? Chen Chen's eyes were instantly filled with stars. He clapped his hands and said, Master, do you know where it is? What kind of magic weapon is it? Master Jing Fan shook her head. It's just a guess. We need to go and see to know. Who's going? Master, I want to go too. Maybe this magic weapon is fated to be with me, Chen Chen said with a smile. Don't be impatient. Master Jing Fan patted Chen Chen's shoulder and said, because we don't know where this divine thunder came from and we don't know whether it is good or evil, plus the current situation in the fragrant religion is not peaceful, the leader discussed with the elders to bring forward their official selection to tomorrow. First, to choose the next leader, and second, to prepare to organize a few people to go out and search for traces of this magic weapon. I see. Peacock and Chen Chen looked at each other. They both understood. Master Jing Fan said again, the location of the official selection is the same as 10 years ago. It is still at the Refining Heart Cave in the west. Sai, I really want to tell you the key to this. Unfortunately, I didn't pass the test of the official selection, so I have nothing to tell you. Master, you should tell us how you failed. At least we can use it as a reference. Chen Chen said heartlessly. Sai, you child, what is there to say? Jing Fan Shatai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before I entered the cave, Master also said that there wasn't anything important. Even the other senior sisters who had passed through the Refining Heart Cave couldn't say anything. They only said that there were many reasons for failure, and everyone was different. After the principal selection, eldest senior sister, Lord Hierarch, and a few others passed. I also asked them, but they were also baffled. They couldn't explain it clearly, and even their explanations were different. In other words, every disciple who passed the Refining Heart Cave had a different reason for their success. Therefore, what others said was nonsense. It is still better to rely on one's own strength. But, Master, you should at least tell us what is in the Refining Heart Cave. It's nothing much. Inside the Refining Heart Cave is an illusory formation, an incomparably huge illusory formation. Every disciple will see and encounter different things when they enter. Only by relying on their own strength can they obtain the status of a direct disciple. Magic array? Zixia heard this and bit her lips. Is the magic array in the Refining Heart Cave as big as the protective array of our Lingxiang Peak? Chen Chen asked curiously. Master Jing Fan shook her head. How would I know? Even Lord Hierarch might not know about it. Since it is a magic array, then everything inside must be fake. I just don't believe it. How can we not get through it? Chen Chen frowned. Even Peacock had the same thought and nodded. How can it be as easy as you think? Master Jing Fan smiled bitterly. That magic array was set up by the immortals. Although its power has weakened, it is not as easy to deal with as you said. What is fake is real and what is fake. Even in the mortal world, who can say that what they see in front of them is the so-called reality? Peacock and Chen Chen were confused, but Zixia was frowning. Moreover, this magic array is also a killing array. If one is not careful, it is very easy to be injured by the array inside. It is even possible to lose one's life. No one from Lingxiang Peak has passed the official selection for 50 years. There are also many outstanding disciples who died in the Refining Heart Cave. Otherwise, with Peacock's cultivation, it would be difficult for her to become the leader among the young disciples. In the end, Master Jing Fan said earnestly, therefore, no matter who you meet in the magic array, it is all fake. You must not be soft-hearted. Be decisive, that is the only way to save your life. Decisively? Peacock and Chen Chen were confused, but they still said solemnly, yes, Master, we will remember. Well, that's good. Although there is only one chance in the official selection, if you don't pass, you won't be a candidate for the sect leader. But your life is the most important. Tomorrow. Understood. Master. We will definitely prioritize our lives. We have been hearing this for the past few days. Chen Chen pouted and said, Your life is the most important. Master, even if you say it 10,000 times, it will not be too much. At the same time, in the Lihua temple, in a remote room, Zhong Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged. He was making gestures with his hands. From time to time, he would cast a spell. His body was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. One could vaguely see that he had improved a lot compared to when he was at Shushan Peak. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhong Xiaohua had just finished practicing the Fist of the North Star when he saw Zhong Pinga angrily walking towards him. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised and asked loudly, Junior sister, why are you angry? Did the dining room not prepare breakfast for you? A smile immediately blossomed on Zhong Pinga's ice-cold face. However, she immediately regained her ice-cold expression. She said, even at a time like this, senior brother is still in the mood to joke around. Isn't it just a martial arts test? What is there to be nervous about? But senior brother, third senior sister, she's gone too far. -4. Chapter 844. Too much. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised, and pretended to be angry. Did your third senior sister give me an impossible task? Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's exaggerated expression, Zhong Pinga's heart relaxed, and said, It's not impossible. If it's impossible, why would she ask you to do it? Then what is it? Zhong Xiaohua was still smiling. This. I don't know for the time being. Zhong Pinga said without thinking. Bang. Zhong Xiaohua fell to the ground, and muttered after a long time, Since you don't know, how can you say it's too much? Senior brother, although I don't know what your task is, I know where you are going. Zhong Pinga's face was full of disappointment as she said, I asked third senior sister yesterday, but she wouldn't tell me no matter what. Today, early in the morning, when she had to send orders to prepare, she told me the location of the test. Oh, where is it? Is it a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Zhong Xiaohua curiously asked. Third senior sister arranged for you to test in the Ghost Valley. Zhong Pinga angrily said. Ghost Valley? Zhong Xiaohua was even more surprised, and asked, Where is this Ghost Valley? Why haven't I heard of it? If senior brother has heard of it, then it's a strange thing. Zhong Pinga sneered. This Ghost Valley is in a canyon under the Fire Palace's mountain. Only the Fire Palace's disciples know about it, even the other inner disciples don't know about it. So it's like this, but why is it called Ghost Valley? Is there a ghost inside? Zhong Xiaohua probed. How can there be a ghost? If there is a ghost, wouldn't there be a god in this world? Zhong Pinga laughed, and then explained, Speaking of this Ghost Valley, it's a long time ago. According to the records of the distant Fire Temple, this canyon was not called the Ghost Valley in the past, but the Emerald Tree Valley. It is a place with beautiful scenery, lush vegetation, and all kinds of spirit herbs grow in clusters. It seems to be even more beautiful than the strange birch forest in the Yulan Grand Canyon. In the past, the Evergreen Valley was very suitable for growing spiritual herbs. Therefore, many of the Lihua Palace's spiritual herbs were planted in the valley. Many of the disciples were also assigned to the Evergreen Valley. All the disciples loved to go there. Even the disciples from the other palaces and the disciples from Monong Palace often came there. However, about 1,000 years ago, I don't know what happened to the Liqui Valley, but there was an inexplicable black fog inside. This black fog was not much, but it was not little either. All the spiritual herbs and trees were polluted, and could no longer grow. The regenerated spiritual herbs and trees were gloomy, and could no longer be used for medicine or alchemy. Even the stones in the Liqui Valley lost their previous green appearance, and became a dark blue color. The entire Liqui Valley looked like there was a ghost, and all the disciples no longer went there to pick herbs and play. Over time, the name was changed to Ghost Valley. Oh, so it's like this. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since it was Ghost Valley, of course there were unknown dangers, and third senior sister Mai Suiying wanted her to go to Ghost Valley for the test. But, since it's Ghost Valley, what is there for me to look for? Senior brother, you may not know, But after the spiritual herbs and trees in Ghost Valley were polluted by the ghost fog, it was naturally impossible to refine ordinary pills. But what about it? After the research of several generations of seniors in the Fire Palace, they found that some spiritual herbs, such as ghost face mushroom, ghost shadow grass, ghost eye fruit, have new uses, such as using poison, or using poison to fight poison. Moreover, some animals and unknown herbs in Ghost Valley also have an incredible effect. Presumably, third senior sister wants you to go to Ghost Valley to look for these strange things. Ha ha, Zhong Xiaohua heard and unconsciously laughed. Since some seniors have already entered Ghost Valley, even if there is danger, it should be limited. Moreover, your third senior sister's request is normal. If I lose, she will naturally succeed, and if I win, she will get the pills. She has the idea of having the best of both worlds. How can it be as simple as senior brother thinks? Zhong Pinga said, what I said was something that happened hundreds of years ago. Because Ghost Valley has been shrouded in ghost fog for a long time, although it is not much, ordinary people are extremely unaccustomed to it. Very few people can stay in it for more than 4 hours. Many people have gone crazy after entering Ghost Valley, so, in the past 100 years, no one has entered again. Alas, Zhong Xiaohua sighed, looked at Zhong Pinga and said, I'm a fish on the chopping block. If I don't want to listen to your third senior sister's arrangement, I can only go back to the pill hall. Sigh, Zhong Pinga also sighed, and then complained, Master is really too much. That night, didn't she agree to let eldest senior sister conduct a martial arts test for you? I thought that eldest senior sister would at most exchange a few moves with you. At the very least, she would find a few disciples from the Rui Jin Palace Hall to test your martial arts with you. I don't know what the two of them are busy with, I can't see them all day, so. Then, she lowered her head and said softly, please don't blame me, senior brother. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, what's there to blame? I was the one who mocked your third senior sister that day, how can I blame you? Just as they were talking, a disciple hurried over, looked at Zhong Pinga and cupped his hands, and said respectfully, Senior Sister Zhong, Senior Sister Mai asked me to inform Junior Brother Ren that the test in Laikui Valley will begin in half an hour. Please ask Junior Brother Ren to hurry to the entrance of the valley in the west as soon as possible. Zhong Pinga waved her hand and said, okay, I got it. You go back and report first, I will take Junior Brother Ren there in a while. After the disciple walked away, Zhong Pinga looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said, Senior Brother, are you ready? Do you have anything to take? Zhong Xiaohua shook his head and said, there's nothing to take, let's go. You don't need to bring a weapon? Zhong Pinga was worried and said, I remember that senior brother has a short sword, right? Short sword? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned, scratching his head and said, I think I lost it, Then, he pretended to be enlightened and said, that's right, don't I have a long sword? Wait a moment. After saying that, he went into the small house, and after a while, he walked out with the great wisdom sword. Zhong Pinga had never seen this heavy sword before, and frowned, Senior brother, is this your long sword? I seem to have seen your mount before, I thought it was a stick. Zhong Xiaohua raised the great wisdom sword, waved it a few times, and said with a smile, it's just convenient to use, just treat it as a long sword. The two talked as they walked, and by the time they arrived at the Laikui Valley, which was west of the Lihua Hall, half an hour had passed. At this time, there were many disciples gathered at the entrance of the valley, and Zhong Xiaohua saw the third senior sister a few days ago, standing there in a fiery red robe. The entrance of the Laikui Valley was behind a pile of rocks and messy vegetation, so Zhong Xiaohua could not see clearly. The entire valley seemed to be wrapped around the lingering fragrance peak, and the peak of the lingering fragrance peak blocked Zhong Xiaohua's line of sight. When they got close, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Pinga bowed to Mai Suiying. Mai Suiying waved her hand and said, Junior Brother Ren, I think you already know that because senior sister has an important matter to attend to, the matter of testing your martial arts has been left to me. Originally, you were disrespectful to me that day, and I wanted to teach you a lesson. If it were up to me, I would have invited a senior sister from Mo Xian's palace, and you would have been dealt with in a few moves. But before senior apprentice sister left, she repeatedly instructed me to find some simple tests for you. Moreover, In my Li Hua Palace Hall's Dan refining room, due to the lack of Li Kui Valley's medicinal herbs, we haven't refined any strange medicinal pills for a long time. Since junior sister Zhong said that your martial arts are outstanding, then that's good. I'll find a simple test for you. As long as you find a 1,000-year-old ghost face mushroom in this Li Kui Valley, I'll consider it as a pass. How about it? 1,000-year-old? Before Zhong Xiaohua could speak, Zhong Ping'er beside her cried out, "Third senior sister, this Ghostface Valley has a 1,000-year-old Ghostface mushroom? This Ghostface Valley has only been formed for a few years." Mai Suiying smiled tenderly and said, "Seventh junior sister, as a senior sister, I'm a good-for-nothing. I only know how to cultivate, and I'm not interested in the records of this palace hall. Therefore, I don't know that this Li Kui Valley is called Ghostface Valley. I only know that this Li Kui Valley has existed for more than 10,000 years. Although it's rare to find a 1,000-year-old Ghostface mushroom in this Li Kui Valley, there should be a limit to how difficult it is." "You." Zhong Ping'er was flustered and exasperated. "You're deliberately making things difficult for me." "Deliberately making things difficult?" Mai Suiying snorted disdainfully and said, "I'm the most impartial. Since eldest senior sister has taught me this matter, I will definitely complete it well. Moreover, if I don't find something slightly more difficult, what if the Hierarch Lord finds out that I easily let go of the probationary disciple that she wants to strictly test? How do you want me to tell the Hierarch Lord this?" Zhong Ping'er was speechless. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "All right, third senior sister, I've already prepared everything. When should I enter?" Mai Suiying smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is indeed a hero. You're worthy of being the person who passed through the Orchid Dusk refinement. This Li Kui Valley's entrance is already open. You can enter at any time. Moreover, I'll send someone to wait at the entrance. As long as you pick a ghost face mushroom, you can come back at any time." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "Many thanks for senior sister's arrangement." After he finished speaking, he held his sword and walked towards the entrance of the Lichen Valley. "Mars. Junior brother Ren, be careful. If there's any danger, it's better if you come out early." Zhong Ping'er chased after him and said in a low voice. Zhong Xiaohua turned around and smiled. "Don't worry, senior martial sister Zhong. I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking, he entered the dark valley. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua enter, Zhong Ping'er stared at the entrance of the valley. After a while, she heard Mai Suiying say with a smile, "Seventh junior sister, come over here. I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Zhong Ping'er turned around and walked over. "Senior sister, what's the matter?" Just as Zhong Ping'er turned around, a pale white figure jumped up from the tree beside the Emerald Lily Valley. While all the disciples were looking at Zhong Ping'er, the figure disappeared into the valley in a flash. -4. Chapter 845. At the same time that Zhong Xiaohua entered the Emerald Lily Valley, at the western foot of the lingering fragrance peak, there were a dozen masked women dressed in palace attire standing in a strange arrangement. They were standing in a rather large area. In the middle of them was a stone tablet that protruded from the ground. The stone tablet wasn't big, but there were strange patterns engraved on it. The sun that was high up in the sky was shining its light on the stone tablet. Under the sunlight, the patterns on the stone tablet were faintly visible, as if they were swimming. Around the stone tablet, there were 3 masked women who were also dressed in palace attire sitting cross-legged. However, their hair was already pure white, giving them a youthful appearance. The 3 women placed their hands in front of their chests. Their fingers were either bent or straight, and they were in the same position as Zhong Xiaohua when she was forming hand seals. However, their fingers were just standing there, not moving at all. Behind the 3 women was another woman dressed in palace attire. She stood there majestically with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the woman who was standing there opened her eyes. She raised her head to look at the sky and said, "3 elders, it's time. Open the refining heart cave." "Yes, Lord Sect Leader," the 3 of them said in unison. At the same time, the 3 of them also extended their hands into their bosoms. Each of them took out a small stone and held it in their hands. Their previously frozen fingers began to twitch at this moment. Not long after, a faint red light rose from their right hands. The light grew brighter and brighter as time passed. When the brilliance reached a certain size, the three of them raised their heads and looked at each other. Then, they threw the brilliance in their fingers forward, hitting the stone tablet in the middle of the three of them. Just when the brilliance in their hands hit the stone tablet, there was a hooah sound. It was as if firewood had been ignited. The entire stone tablet immediately emitted a dazzling green brilliance. Following the brilliance, the patterns on the stone tablet seemed to have come to life and really started to move. As the patterns moved, the stone tablet gradually became transparent until it finally disappeared. At the place where the stone tablet disappeared, there was a 3-foot circle of light. The green brilliance came from within the circle of light. After a long while, the circle of light gradually stabilized. Even the patterns were steadily moving above the circle of light. Seeing this scene, the 3 old women let out a long breath. Looking at the stone in their hands that had shrunk a lot, they said in a low voice, "Lord Sect Leader, fortunately, we didn't disappoint you." "Good, all of you step to the side." With that, the hierarch walked forward and carefully looked at it. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to the dozen or so young female disciples with their faces covered. "Okay, the main selection that happens once every 10 years is about to begin. In the past 50 years, our lingering fragrance peak hasn't been able to select a disciple that can inherit the position of hierarch. I hope that this time, you can live up to the expectations of the thousands of disciples in Moshen Palace and pass the test of the refining heart cave. Then we will select a few disciples that have the qualifications to inherit the position." Then, she paused and raised her voice. "Although our Moshen Palace's secret inheritance room is gradually disappearing, even if all 18 of you can pass the refining heart cave, the secret inheritance room will still provide enough space for you. So, you don't have to worry. Take out your most powerful techniques and use your martial arts to prove that you are the most outstanding disciples of Moshen Palace. Yes, we will obey the Lord Sect Leader's orders," the 18 disciples said in unison with great momentum. When the Lord Sect Leader heard this, her expression under the veil was unknown. She turned around and reached into her bosom to take out a palm-sized jade tablet. Her right hand also moved and formed a seal like Zhong Xiaohua. The Lord Sect Leader's technique was much more skillful than Zhong Xiaohua's. When the hierarch was done with the incantation, he raised his hand and a green brilliance hit the light circle. Immediately, the light circle began to ripple. Then, the hierarch took out the jade token in his other hand and drew an arc in the air, landing on the rippling light circle. Like an ice cube falling into a fire, the jade token gradually melted. As the jade token melted, the light circle around the jade token gradually disappeared, and a pitch-black hole appeared. The hole grew bigger and bigger, and finally, the entire light circle became a pitch-black hole. Following that, with a peng sound, a bunch of fireworks flew out from the cave entrance and landed on the heads of the 18 female disciples standing at the back. Then, they disappeared. "Okay, the refining heart cave has been opened. Disciples, you can go in." The Lord Sect Leader's tone was still dignified. She said, "I think your master has already told you about the matters in the refining heart cave. There is nothing to pay attention to. Just follow your heart and rely on your own ability to pass. Chen Chen, you go first. Peacock goes last. The other disciples will follow the order and enter one by one." "Yes, Lord Sect Leader." A female disciple in green walked out from the crowd and walked to the left side of the cave. She leaped up slightly and drew a beautiful arc in the air before entering the refining heart cave. Following that, each disciple entered the cave. Everyone's qigong was different, but they were all graceful. Only the peacock, who was wearing a pink palace dress, was the last to enter the cave. She was neither slow nor fast, neither hurried nor rushed. It was as if she was jumping a rubber band. With a small jump, she crossed the fluttering patterns and entered the dark cave. After the 18 disciples entered the refining heart cave, the Lord Sect Leader coughed and said, "Elders, how long can the primordial stones in your hands last?" An old voice said, "Lord Sect Leader, if there are no accidents, We should be able to use it 2 more times. Sigh. The Lord Sect leader nodded and then sighed. We don't have much time left. Another voice sounded. Lord Sect leader, in recent years, I have felt that the Lingxiang Peak's yuan qi has become slightly more abundant. There must be a great change in the world. Perhaps. The Lord Sect leader nodded and then shook his head. Elder is right. There is indeed a change. Otherwise, our Jingbua Lake's passageway would not be stable. It's just that, the Lingxiang Peak's yuan qi is still thin and cannot support our cultivation. Moreover, the primordial stones used to power the array are about to be used up. Although the Lingxiang Peak's yuan qi has changed, distant water cannot quench present thirst. Where can we find primordial stones to use? Then, he said thoughtfully, no one from Mo Gong has passed the selection for 50 years. This time, these 18 disciples, what do you think? This. The 3 women looked at each other, and one of them said, based on the way they entered the cave, their lightness skills are very good. But, in terms of mentality, they are still lacking. It seems like only Peacock in the end has some confidence. Sigh, that's right. The refining heart cave refines the heart. Although martial arts is important, the most important thing is the state of mind. These children are all geniuses. How would they know the difficulties? However, the state of mind depends on the individual. Even if we explain it to them clearly, it will be useless. Instead, it will have a negative effect. Peacock's state of mind is fine, but her martial arts cultivation is still lacking. Moreover, this child's background is somewhat miserable. It is hard to guarantee that there will not be a crack in her heart. For this specific test, it is also a fatal flaw. Let's leave it to the heavens. This is all we can do. Perhaps after a few hundred years, our fragrant sect will be like the Misty School and the Shandao sect. We will all go into decline. The Lord Sect leader was somewhat depressed. The 3 elders looked at each other and did not say anything. Peacock was the last to jump into the refining heart cave. Once she jumped, she felt that there was starlight in front of her. However, there was nothing under her feet. She kept falling. Ayo, what should we do? The lower I fall, the faster I fall. There is no place for me to grab onto. Won't I turn into a meat patty in the end? Peacock was flustered. Then, she thought, Master said to only rely on the mind. There is no need to worry about it. I have never heard of anyone falling to their death in the refining heart cave. Sure enough, once this thought came to her mind, Peacock's falling speed slowed down. Peacock had the time to look at her surroundings. This was an illusory space. The sky was filled with stars. Beneath her feet were also stars. Peacock was the only one in this space. She could not see the other 17 sisters who had entered before her. Not only that, Peacock was suspended in the air. It was as if she was flying. Ah! Peacock saw everything clearly. She was shocked. Is this the technique of the immortal path? Just as this thought came to her mind, a figure appeared in front of her eyes. Master! Peacock cried out. Peacock, remember what I said. In this refining heart cave, what is real is fake and what is fake is real. Only by keeping your mind to yourself will you have a chance to break out of the illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure turned into specks of light and disappeared without a trace. This. Peacock did not know how to face it. Is this Master? Did she have such great divine power? However, if it wasn't Master, who would repeat what he said to me yesterday? That's right. Yesterday Abbess Jing Fan had warned Peacock that the refining heart cave was an illusory array. Everything inside was fake, but these fake things were often the trial taker's own inner demons. They were the reflection of their true desires. If they wanted to break out of the refining heart cave, then they would have to kill their own inner demons and break through the illusory array. Perhaps, this is the effect of the illusion. Peacock was enlightened. This was what Jing Fan Nun had told her the other day. Peacock remembered it well. Once she entered the illusion, it was revealed. But, what is my inner demon? Peacock thought to herself. Before she knew it, her feet had stopped moving. It was as if she was standing on solid ground. At the same time, the The space in front of Peacock shook and collapsed. The scene that appeared in front of Peacock made her furious. -4. Chapter 846. In front of Peacock was a quaint, tranquil little courtyard with a pond of lotus flowers, a few ducks and a bed of peonies on the bank. Peacock's heart thumped wildly at the sight. Just as she was about to take a step forward, something even more shocking happened. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the young woman from before, but a little girl with small arms and legs. When she reached the pond, was the reflection of a little girl? Have I returned to the past? However, before Peacock could think of this, an even more terrifying thought suddenly intruded. Could it be that bloody afternoon? Peacock's childish little face immediately turned pale. If her memory served her right, in another 2 hours, her gentle and polite father would return from outside reeking of alcohol. This time, he would no longer call Peacock by her pet name and play with her as usual. Her father, who had a rough career ahead of him, would arrive at the Silverhook Casino 5 miles away and sell this ancestral house, Peacock's mother, and even Peacock to someone else. Peacock watched as her mother, who loved her dearly, fell into the pond in front of her. After her father sobered up, he was even more remorseful and slammed his head against a pillar to commit suicide. A perfect family was destroyed in an instant. Peacock cried and screamed as she was taken away by the casino's thugs. She was caught halfway when she tried to escape and was almost beaten to death. However, she met Abbess Jingfan and was brought to Lingering Fragrance Peak. These were the secrets hidden deep in Peacock's heart. Apart from Abbess Jingfan, His Eminence, and a few other people, even Chen Chen, did not know. The trauma of her childhood had long been buried deep in Peacock's heart and she never wanted to think of it again. However, it was here, inadvertently and inevitably, it appeared in front of Peacock's eyes. Swoosh! Peacock's face was covered in sweat. Reliving the tragedy of her childhood made her feel like she had a sudden epiphany. Then, another absurd thought rose in her mind. Can I stop this tragedy from happening? With this in mind, Peacock immediately moved her little legs and ran toward the greenhouse. In her memory, her mother was brewing her favorite nail polish in the greenhouse. As expected, when Peacock pushed open the greenhouse door and saw the face of her mother that she had not seen for many years, she immediately burst into tears and threw herself at her mother. Peacock's mother was even more surprised. She carefully hugged Peacock and tried her best to comfort her. After a long while, Peacock stopped crying and pulled her mother to look for her father. However, Peacock's mother did not know where her husband was. If it was any other day, she would have made excuses and stayed at home with her child to play. But this time, no matter what she did, she could not stop Peacock. Under Peacock's lead, they walked for a full 5 miles and finally arrived at the Silverhook Casino. They found her father, who was about to be dragged into the casino by a group of people after he had drunk some wine. The rest of the story was even more natural. Everything was changed by Peacock. Peacock's father became a high-ranking official, and the whole family became more prosperous. Peacock herself became a famous figure, and finally married a famous scholar, and gave birth to a son and daughter. Peacock, the most promising candidate for the Lingering Fragrance Peak's Mo Xian Gong, once she entered the refining heart cave, she immediately fell into an illusion. Her mind was lost, and while she was enjoying the world, she had forgotten everything. She only knew how to be a good wife to her husband and children. At the entrance of Lai Kui Valley, Zhong Xiaohua was bold and did not speak much with Mai Suiying. She held the Great Wisdom Sword and entered the Haunted Valley. Outside of the Ghost Valley, there was not much feeling. The entrance of the valley was cold and cheerless, without any greenery. After entering the Ghost Valley, a chilly aura hit their faces, causing them to shiver a few times. Zhong Xiaohua stopped and looked up. Wasn't it just as Zhong Pinga said? The scenery inside the Haunted Valley was completely different from the beautiful scenery outside. The ground and rocks in the Haunted Valley were dark brown. The trees that grew on the ground were also very short. Most of them were about the height of a person. The branches and leaves on the trees were grayish-brown, as if there was a layer of dust. The grass on the ground was replaced by mushrooms. The dark brown crown and grayish-white stem looked very eerie. Occasionally, one could see herbs growing between the mushrooms. The herbs were green with a tinge of black, and the fruits on the top of the herbs were either gray, black, or dark red. One look and one could tell that they were not materials used for alchemy. In addition to these, the most eye-catching thing was the grayish-black clouds floating in the haunted valley. These clouds were different from the ones Zhong Xiaohua saw at the top of Shushin Peak. The clouds there were bundles and piles. Here, the grayish-black clouds were wisps and streaks. However, most of these clouds gathered on the ground and wrapped around the herbs and trees. Zhong Xiaohua had already been warned by Zhong Pinga. She only took a breath. When she smelled a rotten stench in the haunted valley, she immediately stopped breathing and silently operated the worry-free heart sutra to operate the genuine qi in her body. Zhong Xiaohua observed the scene in the haunted valley. She walked along the path of the haunted valley. Because the herbs and mushrooms here were different from those outside the haunted valley, Zhong Xiaohua was also curious and picked some as she walked. After walking for a while, she saw more trees and more haunted fog. Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense. The haunted fog was a strange thing. In her divine sense, she could faintly feel the fluctuation of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. But if she carefully identified it, it was very different from the haunted fog that Zhong Xiaohua had refined before. If she forced herself to compare, it was somewhat similar to the haunted fog in the cave that Zhong Xiaohua had mistakenly entered on the way to the incense cult. Of course, it was only similar. Just based on Zhong Xiaohua's senses, she knew that it was very different. After seeing more haunted fog, Zhong Xiaohua unconsciously became more careful. Her footsteps slowed down and she became more careful when picking herbs and wild mushrooms. After walking for a while, she saw that she had arrived at a gentle slope. The haunted fog below the slope was even more dense. At a glance, she could not see through it. Zhong Xiaohua also unconsciously stopped. Along the way, she also picked some wild mushrooms. Of course, there were also the ghost-faced mushrooms that Zhong Pinga had told her about outside the haunted valley. Unfortunately, even Zhong Xiaohua herself knew that the ghost-faced mushrooms that she had picked before were only 10 years old or even a few years old. It was not even close to the 1,000-year-old ghost-faced mushrooms that Mai Sujin had requested. If she wanted to complete Mai Sujin's task, Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to walk to this gentle slope. She walked to a place where the haunted fog was denser. However, Zhong Xiaohua stood quietly on the gentle slope and did not move. After a long while, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly turned around and sneered at a short tree. "This masked brother, you. Shouldn't you have come out earlier? Ha ha ha." After hearing Zhong Xiaohua's words, a white figure walked out from the tree. Zhong Xiaohua's expression did not change. She smiled and said, "This brother seems to be very confident in your Qinggong. You are actually wearing a white robe while following behind me. Don't tell me you don't know that everything in Li Kui Valley is grey." The figure walked to the front and stood in the distance. He was about the same height as Zhong Xiaohua. The eyes that were exposed outside the mask were slightly squinted. His white robe was particularly eye-catching in this grey-black forest. The person laughed and said, "I didn't expect this little brother to be so vigilant. I was already very careful, but I was still discovered by you." Zhong Xiaohua sneered, "Brother, why are you following me? Are you waiting for me to drop some copper coins?" The person looked at Zhong Xiaohua with amusement. "Little brother, in this windy haunted valley, in this cold haunted fog, what do you think I can do by following you? If little brother has some copper coins to drop, that would be the best. Next year on this day, I will also make some paper money and burn it for you. What do you think? Are you that confident? Senior Yu Zhuochuan?" Zhong Xiaohua licked her lips and looked at the person's mask with interest. "Tumpage, I knew it. What's the use of wearing a mask?" Yu Zhuochuan took off the mask and stuffed it into his chest. He then said, "Ren Xiaoyao, your eyes are quite sharp. You can actually tell that it's me? You. Why don't you think it's Yang Jianhan? I remember that Yang Jianhan dragged you over yesterday and gave you a good beating. Hihi, don't tell me that the two of you have already buried the hatchet." Yu Zhuochuan looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said frivolously, Zhong Ping'er is a beautiful woman. Do you think Yang Jianhan will give her to you so easily? That's not something senior brother you should worry about. Zhong Xiaohua sneered and said, whether senior sister Zhong is a beautiful woman or not is not something senior you can find out in the future. Ioro, junior brother Ren, you are so arrogant. You really scared me. Yu Zhuochuan patted his chest and shouted exaggeratedly, luckily, the wind in Ghost Valley is not strong. Otherwise, junior brother Ren's tongue would have been blown off. Let the wind blow harder. Zhong Xiaohua shouted to the sky, blow off my tongue, ha ha ha. Yu Zhuochuan laughed and said, junior brother Ren, don't waste your time. No one has come to Ghost Valley for so many years. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will hear you. Is that so? Zhong Xiaohua heard and smiled mysteriously. This is a good place to silence people. No wonder senior brother you wants to come. Could it be that you have the same idea as me? Junior brother Ren, you are indeed a bold and skillful person. Yu Zhuochuan also smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Or should I say, the ignorant are fearless. To be praised by this senior brother, even if you die here, you can rest assured. -4. Chapter 847. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Humph, junior brother Ren is talking so much with me. Could it be that you still have delusions in your heart? Yu Zhuochuan said with a smile, since I have already shown my true face, I have already made preparations to silence you. Junior brother Ren, save your strength, you may be able to withstand a few moves. Oh, right, I still have to advise junior brother Ren, you'd better kill yourself, this way I can leave you with an intact corpse. If you let me pull out my sword, hehe, it's possible that I'll cut you into 70 or 80 pieces, or even chop you into minced meat and feed it to the dog. Ouch. Zhong Xiaohua shivered, as if he was having a cold war, and said with a trembling voice, You really need to do this? There really is nothing between me and senior sister Zhong. What's the point of saying this now? Yu Zhuochuan sneered, do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it? Zhong Xiaohua said with a smirk, ouch, wouldn't it be very painful if I did it myself? I've been afraid of pain since I was young, Let's forget about it. How about I trouble you to come and take my life? Then he thought for a moment, and slightly frowned, also, this little brother's meat doesn't taste good, please don't let any wild dogs eat it. I remember that last time, Lord Chen Chen came to Shushin Peak to deal with a guy called Zhao Jian, saying that he was going to cut him into pieces and feed him to wild dogs. Oh my, where did Chuanxiang cult see wild dogs? How do you want to feed them? Zhong Xiaohua's face was full of panic, but his mouth was still laughing. How was he at the end of the road? This caused Yu Zhuochuan to be extremely bewildered. While she was puzzled, she also became extremely vigilant. She circulated her energy to the extreme and observed the surrounding situation with her eyes. It was no different from usual. She couldn't see any helpers. Could it be? This guy is a great master. Yu Zhuochuan looked at the fearless Zhong Xiaohua, and this thought quietly rose in his heart. But then he immediately denied it. How is that possible? Even if this guy had practiced internal strength since he was a child, he still wouldn't be my opponent, let alone an alchemy boy from the Pill Tower Hall. It was said that a few years ago, there was also a disciple from the Pill Tower Hall who was given an internal strength mental cultivation method by the inner gate and entered the Wooming Hall. Was this guy the same as that disciple? Alas, even if it's the same, he still died in my hands. Yes, it must be a stalling tactic. Yu Zhuochuan was similarly confident. She reached out her hand and pulled out a long sword that was shining brightly from her waist. She said with a smile, since junior brother Ren is so polite, I will make the first move. As he spoke, he thrust his sword forward and executed his movement technique. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and raised her heavy sword to meet the long sword in front of her. With a clang, the long sword was knocked far away. Zhong Xiaohua's heavy sword did not lose its momentum and continued to smash towards Yu Zhuochuan's chest. Ouch! Yu Zhuochuan exclaimed. She did not expect that her first attack would be blocked. She immediately turned back and executed her lightness skill to avoid the attack. She saw that she was in the air and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You actually hid some of your strength." Before her voice died away, the long sword in her hand was thrust towards Zhong Xiaohua's throat. "Haha, it's more than just some skills. You see, I, Xiaoxia, will definitely not let you go back today. Ha ha ha," a laugh more arrogant than Zhong Xiaohua's sounded. "If you want to take my life, then I'm not looking down on you. You still have to practice for 100 years. The long sword was like frost, and it flashed with sword light. Yu Zhuochuan held the long sword in her hand and raised her spirit. She used her exquisite sword skill and stabbed towards Zhong Xiaohua's body. Zhong Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Holding the heavy sword in his hand, he also used the nameless sword skill skillfully and blocked the attacks. Zhong Xiaohua's sword skill was not as good as Yu Zhuochuan's, but his strength was great. As long as Yu Zhuochuan's long sword touched the heavy sword, even if there was a slight distance between it and the heavy sword, it would immediately be swept away. After a few moves, Yu Zhuochuan no longer had the idea of fighting force with force. She only looked for flaws in Zhong Xiaohua's sword skills. After fighting for a while, Zhong Xiaohua was getting impatient. He was an immortal qi practitioner, and sword skills were not his forte. With his great strength, he could only bully ordinary people. Although it was not difficult to deal with Yu Zhuochuan, it would take time. He heard from Zhong Pinga that it was best not to stay in the Ghost Valley for too long. He still had to pick the ghost face mushrooms. It was unreasonable to waste time here with Yu Zhuochuan. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua stabbed the heavy sword into the ground and took out Chasing Dream from his chest. "Ha ha," Yu Zhuochuan saw this and laughed loudly. "There's that brat. Is your sword skill not a match for this young master? Hey, you actually took out a little girl's small sword. Looks like you really are. Ayo, you're someone from the Tenri sect." Yu Zhuochuan was mocking him at first, but when he saw the Chasing Dream dagger rise into the air and fly towards his throat like a nimble little snake, he finally came to his senses and cried out, "This!" After that, he didn't say anything else and immediately leaped backwards, looking as if he was about to escape. Hey! Zhong Xiaohua was also very surprised. He thought to himself, this Yu Zhuochuan is quite a character. Once he saw the flying sword, he immediately knew that he was no match for it. He was not willing to stay any longer. Unfortunately, since Yu Zhuochuan already had the intention to kill Zhong Xiaohua, and Zhong Xiaohua had also taken out his flying sword, how could there be any room for reconciliation between the two of them? Zhong Xiaohua rode on the wind and in the blink of an eye, she overtook Yu Zhuochuan. She pointed her finger and the Chasing Dream was still stabbing towards his throat. Ah! Seeing Zhong Xiaohua flying in the air and blocking in front of him, Yu Zhuochuan was not surprised and quickly used his long sword to block the flying sword. However, the flying sword was like a meteor and he could not block it at all. After blocking a few moves, it cut open a wound on his forehead. Since this was the case, Yu Zhuochuan did not dare to stay any longer. He gritted his teeth and reached into his chest and took out an unknown item. He shook his hand and threw it towards Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua was releasing her divine sense and saw clearly that it was a light golden jade talisman. How does this guy have an immortal jade talisman? Zhong Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. Even Peacock and Chen Chen don't have it, how did he? But at this time, the jade talisman was already in front of her. Zhong Xiaohua did not have time to think and immediately reached into her chest and grabbed a defensive jade talisman. Without waiting for her hand to take it out, she crushed it. The golden jade talisman that Yu Zhuochuan threw was in front of Zhong Xiaohua and suddenly exploded. With a sizzle sound, dozens of golden dots sprang out and these golden dots grew with the wind. In a flash, they turned into dozens of golden long swords and uniformly covered Zhong Xiaohua's head. Good. What kind of offensive jade talisman is this? Zhong Xiaohua thought as she rode on the wind, trying to escape the attack range of the golden long swords. Zhong Xiaohua's imperial wind technique could not be said to be slow, but just as she escaped the attack of the long swords immediately changed their direction and stabbed towards Zhong Xiaohua, who had already escaped to the side. At this time, The jade talisman that Zhong Xiaohua had just crushed also took effect. A light green light shield also rose around Zhong Xiaohua. But Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She still released her divine sense and carefully observed. Moreover, her other hand was still in her chest and did not take it out. As expected, when the golden long swords pierced into Zhong Xiaohua's light green light shield, the light shield shook for a while. When the golden long swords were destroyed, the light shield also dimmed a lot. But after a few more long swords pierced in, the light shield was about to be destroyed. Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She crushed another defensive jade talisman and another light shield appeared. Not far away, Yu Zhuochuan threw out her jade talisman. She did not stop and continued to run. However, as she ran, she stole a glance behind her. She saw Zhong Xiaohua being attacked by the golden longsword and was somewhat flustered. A trace of joy appeared on her face. The dimming of the light shield made her stop in her tracks. But when he saw another light shield rise, he did not dare to stay any longer and turned to run. When Zhong Xiaohua saw that the defensive light shield was effective, she could not help but feel relieved. She still had a lot of jade talismans with her. Why should she be afraid of him? Hence, she looked at Yu Zhuochuan who was running away. This guy knows how to behave. Zhong Xiaohua cursed inwardly. He floated up again and chased after them, completely ignoring the golden long swords that were chasing after him. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was blocking his way again, Yu Zhuochuan narrowed his eyes. He did not reply and turned in another direction. Unfortunately, after a few more times, Zhong Xiaohua crushed a few more defensive jade talismans, the golden long swords disappeared and Yu Zhuochuan stopped. Seeing the light green light shield around Zhong Xiaohua, Yu Zhuochuan knew that Zhong Xiaohua had crushed more than one jade talisman. His face turned pale. You really want my life? Yu Zhuochuan stared at Zhong Xiaohua and asked, unwilling to give up. Hehe, do you think you still have a way out? Zhong Xiaohua replied coldly. But, if you let me go, I will give you endless benefits. Zhong Pinger, I will never fight with you again. Yu Zhuochuan's voice became softer and softer. He. Zhong Xiaohua did not reply. She pointed her finger and the flying sword attacked again. Yu Zhuochuan sighed softly. Her fingers exerted force, and the thing she had prepared in her hand was crushed in an instant. A yellow defensive light shield immediately protected her within it. It was the same as what Vice Hall Master Shu of the Pill Tower Hall had used previously. Ha ha! Zhong Xiaohua laughed loudly. He pointed with his finger, and the flying sword stopped in the air. Zhong Xiaohua took out a few light red jade talismans from his bosom and struck them on Yu Zhuochuan's light barrier with crackling sounds. Immediately, several places were set ablaze, and the light barrier was as thin as paper. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Yu Zhuochuan without the slightest bit of pity. His finger moved slightly, and the chasing dream immediately pierced the light barrier like lightning. With a light pop, the earthen yellow light barrier was destroyed, and the chasing dream pierced Yu Zhuochuan's throat. Yu Zhuochuan screamed at the top of his lungs, Ren Xiaoyao, why do you want to kill me? My master is Jing Gang, she won't forgive you. -4. Chapter 848. Jing Gang. Zhong Xiaohua curled his lips. Zhu Meng did not even pause for a moment and immediately touched Yu Zhuochuan's throat. A dark red dot flashed. After that, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said to Yu Zhuochuan, who is Jing Gang? How would I know? Not to mention Jing Gang, even if it was Li Gang or Wang Gang, since you have offended this Xiaoxia, do you think I will spare you? Yu Zhuochuan's throat was pierced and he was about to die. However, when he heard Zhong Xiaohua's words, his eyes, which had already rolled back, showed an expression of disbelief and unwillingness. It was as if he was surprised that Zhong Xiaohua did not know who Jing Gang was, and also as if he was extremely sad that he had died so mysteriously. When Yu Zhuochuan fell to the ground with a myriad of thoughts, Zhong Xiaohua took out a jade talisman and hit it on Yu Zhuochuan's corpse. A flame immediately appeared and burned the corpse until there was no trace left. Hey! What is this? Could it be that this guy has something good on him? Zhong Xiaohua kicked the spot where the flames had burned to see if there were any traces left behind. However, when he kicked it, he heard a crisp sound. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was a golden phoenix hairpin. Zhong Xiaohua knew that the flame in the jade talisman was extremely domineering. It could burn anything in the mortal world. Only immortal weapons and the like could not be destroyed. When he held the phoenix hairpin in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense, he felt that the fluctuations within were obscure. His divine sense seemed to have been repelled by some kind of restriction. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, "So this guy is here to deliver a treasure to me." After putting away the golden hairpin, Zhong Xiaohua looked carefully again. After confirming that there were no traces left, he turned around and walked along the faint mountain path, preparing to walk down the gentle slope. Moreover, the peacock in the refining heart cave had already lost its mind. It only wanted to live the happy life in its heart. If it was so intoxicated, in the end, the peacock would definitely completely lose its mind. It would only know how to live in this illusion. After the successor selection, it would become a walking corpse. There would never be a moment of clarity again. In the dreamscape, Peacock was sitting beside a lotus pond with her child to cool off the heat. Unintentionally, Peacock glanced at the surface of the pond that reflected the stars. Then, as if she had lost something, she immediately raised her head and stared blankly at the stars in the sky. No matter how her husband, her child, and even her father and mother cried for her, Peacock did not respond. She just stared blankly at the stars. Under the watchful eyes of the peacock, the starlight that filled the sky no longer changed. There was no more moon, no more stars, no more alternating between the sun and moon, no more changing between day and night. After an unknown amount of time, the peacock let out a long cry that shook the 9 heavens. That long cry was like a hurricane, stirring up all the scenes and people around the peacock into the sky. Finally, there was a crisp cracking sound, like a broken mirror, and all the scenes were fragmented into fragments, revealing the sky full of stars that the peacock saw in the beginning. Seeing this scene, Peacock had a slight realization. At the same time, a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. She did not know how long she had been in the refining heart cave. But it was obvious that when she entered the cave, she was immediately trapped in the dreamscape. It was only now that she was able to escape from the dreamscape by chance. When she thought of this, Peacock felt lucky. She couldn't help but think, thank goodness. As the saying goes, demons are born from the heart. This dreamscape can actually read one's inner demons. It is truly powerful and impossible to guard against. But, if I didn't stop it, just as Peacock thought of this, the scenery around her immediately changed. Peacock's body was about to fall again. Peacock was shocked. She did not dare to delay and quickly sat down on the ground. Her mind was clear and her heart was facing the sky. She silently chanted the Mortal Heart Sutra, trying to get rid of the inner demons that were about to appear. Peacock's method was effective. When her inner energy circulated in her body, when she opened her eyes, the scenery around her had returned to normal. Seeing that the Mortal Heart Sutra was effective, Peacock was overjoyed. She did not get up and continued to circulate her inner energy for 36 cycles. When Peacock opened her eyes again, the scenery in front of her was still the same. Perhaps this is not the key to breaking the formation. Seeing that the Mortal Heart Sutra did not work, Peacock immediately understood that just sitting down was not the key to breaking the formation. If this was the way to break the formation, her master would have told her before entering the cave. Just as Peacock thought of her master, in the starry sky, the image of Abbess Jingfan appeared. That image said lovingly, "Peacock, demons are born from the heart. By guarding the heart, you can only prevent the inner demons from appearing. It is not enough to kill the inner demons. Only by opening your heart and releasing the inner demons can you truly kill the inner demons." As soon as she finished speaking, the image turned into specks of light and disappeared. Peacock, who already knew the power of the dreamscape in the smelting heart cave, could not believe what she just heard. She stood up and pulled out the soft sword at her waist. Step by step, she carefully walked in the air. She did not know how long she walked. Perhaps it was an hour, perhaps it was a few hours. Peacock's surroundings remained the same. Sigh, when will this dreamscape end? It is so much more powerful than the Chiman 3 talents formation that I have seen before. Just as Peacock thought of the Chiman 3 talents formation, the scene in front of her changed. It was the scene when Peacock was attacked by the trio when she returned from Rejuvenation Valley. When the trio saw Peacock in the dreamscape, they all brandished their swords and pounced on her. Peacock knew that these were all illusions, but she did not know whether she should raise her sword to meet the attack. When the saber was so close, Peacock could not take it any longer and raised her sword to meet the attack. Catcher! It was the sound of sword and saber clashing. The sound was so real that it caused Peacock to break out in cold sweat. She did not dare to imagine what would have happened if she had not raised her sword to meet the attack. Peacock fought with the trio in the dreamscape for half a day. As Peacock returned to the Smelting Heart sect, she immediately consumed the minor pulse nourishing pill and her powers increased tremendously. Peacock paid the price of heavy injuries and successfully killed the trio. Just as the trio was killed by Peacock, the scene in front of her changed again and they were still at the same place. Peacock's injuries were all gone. How did this happen? Peacock inspected her surroundings and shook her head. The dreamscape is so powerful, how can I pass through it? Maybe only by mastering the mortal heart technique to the heavenly Tao can I break through it. Just as the thought came to her mind, the stars in the sky suddenly twinkled. Then, a tall and skinny figure appeared in the middle of the starry sky. He was walking slowly and his eyes were fixed on Peacock. He stepped on the void and walked towards her. Ren Xiaoyao? Peacock looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar figure in disbelief and blurted out. Ren Xiaoyao walked in the void and blocked out all the sights. He was the only figure in the entire world. It was just like how Peacock felt when she first saw Zhong Xiaohua. He filled up the entire world. Ren Xiaoyao took a few steps forward, and in a moment, he was in front of Peacock. Peacock stared at him, dumbfounded. Looking at the man who seemed to be slightly taller than himself, but felt that he was taller than the sky, he couldn't even say a word. Peacock, you are wrong. Very wrong. Ren Xiaoyao opened his mouth. It was the voice that Peacock had heard before. I am not Ren Xiaoyao. I am the heavenly axiom. It is the heavenly axiom that you have cultivated the heart of mortal mantra and have been pursuing. Now, I am in front of you. Didn't you miss me? I'm here. You. What are you still standing there for? Ren Xiaoyao said with a smile. His eyes, which were as bright as stars, stared at the Peacock without blinking. Is that so? Then should I call you Ren Xiaoyao? Or Heavenly Tao? Peacock smiled and took a step forward. Either is fine. Ren Xiaoyao is the Heavenly Tao and the Heavenly Tao is Ren Xiaoyao. You can call me whatever you want. Ha ha. Peacock waved her hand and the flexible sword in her hand pierced Ren Xiaoyao's chest. With a swoosh, Ren Xiaoyao immediately transformed into a flowing cloud that dispersed into the starry sky and vanished without a trace. At the same time, a tall and thin figure appeared in the distance. He smiled and said, Peacock, why are you so cruel? I came to see you and this is how you treat me. Then, with a wave of his hand, the scene changed again. It was a grassy plain. Ren Xiaoyao walked in front of Peacock and sat down. He smiled and said, even if I am not the heavenly Tao that you have been pursuing, but I am your nemesis. If you don't end this, how can you pass the selection? Peacock stared at Ren Xiaoyao and walked closer. She still held the long sword in her hand. When she was close enough, Peacock did not answer. She raised the sword and stabbed. This time, Peacock did not get what she wanted. Ren Xiaoyao stretched out his finger and pinched Peacock's flexible sword. He smiled and said, is this how you treat your nemesis? Then, he stretched out his other hand and scratched Peacock's face. He sniffed and said, Senior Peacock's face smells so good. I wonder what kind of powder you use. Peacock's face was burning. She tried to snatch the flexible sword back but Ren Xiaoyao loosened his finger and the flexible sword returned to Peacock's hand. Peacock did not hesitate after receiving the flexible sword. She used her movement skills and attacked Ren Xiaoyao. Senior Peacock, what are you doing? Are you trying to murder your husband? Ren Xiaoyao asked shamelessly. How could Peacock answer this? Even if she knew it was an illusion, she would not answer. Peacock kept her mouth shut and used all her skills, but she could not hurt Ren Xiaoyao at all. Every time Peacock attacked, Ren Xiaoyao would casually dodge and almost snatch Peacock's sword away from her. You! Peacock saw that her soft sword did not work. She was embarrassed and angry. She stood aside, panting heavily, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Ren Xiaoyao, who was casually sitting on the ground again. -4. Chapter 849. Zhong Xiaohua went down the slope. She didn't know if it was because of the low terrain, but there was more ghost fog in the valley below the slope. Correspondingly, there were more and more short trees and mushrooms. Zhong Xiaohua held her breath and circulated the worry-free sutra in her body. Although there was a lot of ghost fog, it was still in the form of silk. Occasionally, it would float over Zhong Xiaohua's body. It only caused a little numbness, but it didn't cause any substantial harm to Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua went down the path at the bottom of the valley. She collected a lot of strange herbs and mushrooms, but she didn't encounter anything strange. The further down they went, the more luxuriant the plants on the lingering fragrance peak grew. Gradually, they blocked out the little sunlight. Coupled with the increase of the ghost fog, the place slowly became damp and cold. Although Zhong Xiaohua was immune to both heat and cold, she could still sense that this place was not friendly. However, Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Hey! Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's heart trembled. Usually, the forest was filled with the chirping of birds, but the ghost valley was so quiet that it was scary. There wasn't even a bird chirping, let alone a small creature like a squirrel. Pricking up her ears, Zhong Xiaohua listened carefully. Above her head, there were some faint chirping of birds, but they were very far away. If it wasn't for Zhong Xiaohua's extraordinary hearing, she definitely wouldn't have heard it. Ghost Valley, is this how it is called? Zhong Xiaohua frowned slightly. Do I still have to go down? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but hesitate. He wasn't interested in becoming an inner disciple of alchemy. So what if he didn't pass this so-called martial arts test? Ayo, what's going on? Zhong Xiaohua inadvertently looked down and saw some small holes in her sleeves. This set of clothes seems to have been changed when we left Shushan Peak. How did it tear so quickly? Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. She looked at the other sleeve, and it was the same. That's not right. Even if it's worn out, there shouldn't be so many tiny holes. At this moment, another wisp of ghostly fog floated past Zhong Xiaohua and collided with his sleeve. The ghostly fog rushed up his sleeve and disappeared. The originally small holes on his sleeve were now much bigger. So it's because of this ghost fog. When she thought of this, Zhong Xiaohua immediately tilted her head to the side to avoid the oncoming ghost fog. Looks like this ghost fog is very corrosive. If I absorb it into my body, I'm afraid that my internal organs will be destroyed. Forget it, I should turn around. The front looks like it's filled with fog, how can I go down there? Don't be naked later, it'll be embarrassing. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua wanted to retreat. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua felt a slight movement in front of her chest. Oh no, my clothes are already torn? Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. When she lowered her head, she saw some movement in her clothes. Zhong Xiaohua reached into her clothes and took out the two living creatures hidden inside. She saw that Goldie, who was wrapped in a shell of keystone, was slowly swaying its tail and moving its four little legs. As for Blackie, it was still motionless. Zhong Xiaohua placed Blackie back into her clothes and held Goldie in her hands. Goldie's little head was twisting up and down as though it was extremely uncomfortable. Zhong Xiaohua took it out of the keystone. Goldie immediately stretched lazily in Zhong Xiaohua's hands, but it still didn't open its eyes. Is it going to wake up? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. At this moment, a few wisps of ghost fog floated past Zhong Xiaohua's hand. Zhong Xiaohua was afraid that she would hurt Goldie, so she moved her hand away. However, Goldie sniffed and raised its head. It sniffed at the wisps of ghost fog that floated past it. Goldie let out a soft snort, and an extremely weak white light shot out and sucked in the wisps of ghost fog. It was extremely similar to how Blackie sucked in the black worms in Ouyang Yang's Niwen Palace. After it sucked in the black fog, Goldie shook its head. It sniffed and continued to search for more. Haha. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she was overjoyed. Huang Feng left in a hurry and didn't tell Zhong Xiaohua what Goldie wanted to eat. Zhong Xiaohua was vexed that she had to be a wet nurse. However, Goldie and Blackie were still unconscious. Perhaps they were relying on keystones to survive. Zhong Xiaohua thought that they would be unconscious for 100 years and that she would never be able to see them wake up in this lifetime. When Zhong Xiaohua saw that Goldie could actually absorb the ghostly mist, as if it was feeding on it, it would naturally grow if it ate more. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua immediately gave up on the idea of turning back. Holding Goldie in his hands, he slowly made his way down. Previously, Zhong Xiaohua had been avoiding the ghost fog, but now, she was heading towards the place with the most ghost fog. Goldie was also amazing. The white light from its nose was very mysterious. It didn't care how much of the black fog there was. With just a puff, the black fog was sucked in like a whale sucking in water, leaving nothing behind. The valley below the gentle slope was extremely long. Zhong Xiaohua walked for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, but she still hadn't reached the end. Because she was holding Goldie in one hand, Zhong Xiaohua only used her other hand to form a seal and pluck a large amount of herbs. As for the black fog at the bottom of the valley, most of it was sucked into Goldie's stomach. Only a small amount of it remained floating in the air because Zhong Xiaohua was too lazy to chase after it. "Why aren't you full yet?" Seeing that Goldie had already sucked in a lot of the black fog, Zhong Xiaohua was almost afraid that Goldie would be bloated. However, when she saw that Goldie's stomach was still not bloated, Zhong Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Fortunately, this fellow eats fog. It's similar to drinking wind and dew. Otherwise, wouldn't I be broke from eating like this?" Just as she was thinking, a huge cloud of black fog floated over. Zhong Xiaohua quickly raised her left hand and welcomed it. Goldie sucked in a breath and finished it. Then, Zhong Xiaohua retracted her left hand and looked around again. Before Zhong Xiaohua could find anything, she suddenly felt something strange. It was as though something was spying on her. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. She quickly released her divine sense, but there was still nothing alive within a 1 zhong radius. She looked around vigilantly, but there was nothing. Why is that? Just as Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled, his eyes inadvertently fell on his left hand. He saw a pair of small eyes staring at him without blinking. Wasn't that Xiao Huang, who had been unconscious all this time? Ah! Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. She knew how powerful Huang Feng was. Back then, she only wanted to raise Goldie and Blackie, but she didn't think about how they would treat her. Now that Goldie had woken up, her first reaction was, "Don't tell me this fellow is like its mother. Let me catch it." However, when Zhong Xiaohua saw the longing, joy, and hope in Goldie's clear eyes, she couldn't help but tear up. A feeling that she had never experienced before filled her heart. It was as though this little thing was an indispensable part of her life. She just wanted to put everything in front of it, to see it happy, to see it enjoy itself. Almost without hesitation, Zhong Xiaohua held Goldie in front of her eyes and reached out with her right hand, gently stroking Goldie's fur. Goldie enjoyed it very much. It lay there comfortably, its large tail wagging up and down. Then, Goldie flipped over and hugged Zhong Xiaohua's right hand with all 4 of its legs. It used its tongue to lick Zhong Xiaohua's fingers, just like a naughty child kissing its father's palm. This child is so naughty. The 18-year-old Zhong Xiaohua couldn't understand the feelings of a father, but he couldn't help but laugh. When Goldie heard that, it flipped over and stood up. It did not seem to be as weak as it was when it was born. It used its 2 hind legs and tail to support its body. It waved its 2 front paws up and down, but its eyes flashed with a coquettish look. At the same time, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly had a feeling that he understood Goldie's words. "Mother, you're the naughty one. Mother." Zhong Xiaohua staggered and almost fell. "Am I mistaken? Is this a hallucination?" I know Goldie's voice. Anne. It's actually calling me mother. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's shocked expression, Goldie's face was innocent and full of concern. Child, how am I your mother? I'm your father. Zhong Xiaohua laughed, but then, Zhong Xiaohua burst out laughing. How could I be your father? Goldie didn't seem to know anything about being a father or a mother. It only flipped up and down in Zhong Xiaohua's hand. After a while, it seemed to be able to move its arms and legs. It immediately waved its tail and climbed onto Zhong Xiaohua's head. It used its tongue to lick Zhong Xiaohua's face all over. As it licked, it acted like a spoiled child. Zhong Xiaohua felt as though it was calling out to her, "Mother." She smiled bitterly. Zhong Xiaohua felt very helpless. Although she was gratified that Goldie was acting like a spoiled child, her face was still wet and she felt very uncomfortable. Zhong Xiaohua carefully placed Goldie back into her left hand. But not long after, it flew onto Zhong Xiaohua's head again. It didn't lick Zhong Xiaohua's hair so much that it made a mess. What should I do? Zhong Xiaohua was helpless. She thought of something and said, "Goldie, are you still hungry? Let's continue eating." As she spoke, she reached out to take Goldie down. However, when Goldie heard her words, it stood up on Zhong Xiaohua's head and pointed its claws forward, chirping incessantly. Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood. "Mother, I'm hungry. Let's go." Defeated. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed like she could no longer escape from this mother. Perhaps in the future, when Xiaohuang grew up, it would be able to use the book Shuro when Jezi to enlighten it. Perhaps it would understand. Hence, Zhong Xiaohua didn't take Goldie from the top of her head. Instead, she walked straight to the bottom of the valley. -4. Chapter 850. Li Kui Valley had never seen such a spectacle before. A tall and skinny young man with a palm-sized yellow marten on his head walked forward while looking around. When he saw something that caught his eye, he immediately waved his hand. Not long after, that thing seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope and flew into the young man's hand. That thing just spun in the young man's hand and disappeared without a trace. What was even more amazing was that the yellow marten on the young man's head. No matter how the young man walked, it stood steadily on the young man's head and did not sway at all. That young man was also different from the previous disciples who entered the valley. He only looked for places with a lot of black fog. As long as the young man walked in front of the black fog, the little marten would raise its head and poke its small nose forward. A white brilliance flashed and the black fog was immediately sucked into the little marten's nose. Looking behind the young man, sure enough, there was only a small amount of black fog floating around. It seemed that it was all sucked away by the little marten. The one who caused this spectacle was Zhong Xiaohua and her Goldie. Although the Li Kui Valley was long, there was an end after all. When Goldie had sucked away all the black fog in the valley, Zhong Xiaohua also walked to the end of the Li Kui Valley. She saw that the bottom of the valley was a semicircular mountain wall. As the black fog was sucked away, its original appearance had long been revealed. This mountain wall was different from usual. It had long been terrifyingly dark. When she touched it with her hand, it actually felt like it was cast from iron. However, on this stone wall, there were a variety of plants that were half a foot tall. These plants were roughly the same as the ones that Zhong Xiaohua picked previously. However, at a glance, it was obvious that they were very old. Were they not hundreds of years old? Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. Looking around, she formed a seal in her hand and picked them one by one. It took nearly half a meal's time to sweep everything clean. Among them, there were a few so-called ghost face mushrooms. Although they were very old, they were still a distance away from being 1,000 years old. However, Zhong Xiaohua believed that as long as she handed in the ghost face mushrooms of this age, she would definitely pass. It was true that Mai Sujin wanted to make things difficult for Zhong Xiaohua, but if she really managed to pick all the ghost-faced mushrooms that were rarely seen in the Ghost Valley, then she would have nothing to say. But don't forget, the one in charge of the distant fire hall was still the hall master, and not some third senior sister. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua looked up and down again, afraid that he might have missed something. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a burst of chatter above his head. There's still a way inside. Little Huang, are you kidding me? This is the bottom of the valley, there's no road ahead. Zhong Xiaohua was amused. This little thing must be addicted to eating. Little Huang jumped down from Zhong Xiaohua's head and stood on a protruding piece of the stone wall. First, it sniffed with its nose, then it raised its claws and scratched the stone wall a few times. The seemingly solid stone wall was immediately scratched by Little Huang. Then, Little Huang stuck out its nose and pressed it against the stone wall. With a flash of white light, it forcefully sucked out a few wisps of black fog from the stone wall. Hey! Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. His purpose in coming to the Li Kui Valley was to pick the ghost face mushrooms. He didn't care about the origin of the black fog. At this moment, seeing Little Huang's actions, he suddenly realized that the ghost fog actually seeped out from the stone wall. Could it be that there's another world in this stone wall? Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself. Squeak squeak. Without absorbing the ghost fog, Little Huang seemed to be a little impatient. It jumped up and down on the stone wall. Zhong Xiaohua's heart kept feeling, "Mother, mother," sigh. Zhong Xiaohua was very helpless. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhong Xiaohua. After thinking for a while, he took out a piece of jade and crushed it. A light green defensive barrier enveloped Zhong Xiaohua. Then, Zhong Xiaohua held the heavy sword in one hand and waved his hand. Little Huang immediately jumped happily onto Zhong Xiaohua's head. Then, he formed a seal and Zhong Xiaohua rushed into the stone wall, as if there was an invisible door there. It was dark inside the stone wall, and one couldn't distinguish the direction clearly. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't reach far, so of course, his eyes were dark. Fortunately, he had Little Huang on his head. Under Little Huang's guidance, he directly slanted upwards. After some time, there was an empty space in front of him. He had escaped to a cave. Before Zhong Xiaohua could do anything, Little Huang jumped up and down on his head. Its nose kept snorting. Rays of white light flashed and sucked in a lot of the black fog. After Zhong Xiaohua stood still and released his divine sense, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was a mountain path that was only about the height of a person. There was an extremely thick ghost fog in the mountain path. Compared to the ghost fog in the Ghost Valley, it was simply very clean. The ghost fog here was also more corrosive. The defensive barrier that Zhong Xiaohua cast in advance had already begun to corrode in the black fog. Where is this? Why is there so much ghost fog? Zhong Xiaohua was a little puzzled. When he raised his head to look ahead, there seemed to be some light through the dark ghost fog. At this moment, the ghost fog at the end of the mountain path had been completely sucked in by Little Huang. Thinking that this black fog was very satisfying, Little Huang unconsciously used its little claws to hammer its chest. It also pulled Zhong Xiaohua's hair and anxiously moved forward. Soon, soon. Zhong Xiaohua understood Little Huang's meaning. She only said that with her mouth. Once again, she used her divine sense to look ahead and raised the great wisdom sword in front of her. Zhong Xiaohua walked very slowly. On one hand, the path was a little bumpy. On the other hand, she let Little Huang suck with all his might. Zhong Xiaohua also knew that the black fog in the Ghost Valley was very rare. If it wasn't for Mai Suqin deliberately making things difficult, she wouldn't have found such a place for Little Huang to suck. And Little Huang's way of sucking was definitely very beneficial to its growth. Zhong Xiaohua walked for a while and her eyes lit up. It was a circular space. On the empty stone wall, there were a few luminous pearls. In front of the stone wall, there were two paths. One gradually led downwards, the other gradually led upwards. For some reason, the path leading upwards didn't have much black fog, but the path leading downwards had a lot of black fog. Without any hesitation, Zhong Xiaohua led Little Huang down the mountain path. Every once in a while, there would be a luminous pearl used to light up the path. However, under the black fog, there wasn't much use. As Zhong Xiaohua went deeper, The black fog became thicker and little Huang's sucking speed slowed down. The light barrier around Zhong Xiaohua's body was almost completely corroded. She crushed another piece of jade and the light green light barrier was restored to its original state. Just as Zhong Xiaohua finished setting up the defensive barrier, he heard a shrill cry coming from afar, and it pounced on him. Ah! Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. She immediately stopped and raised her sword in front of her chest. Little Huang, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. Then, it was overjoyed. Its nose twitched as if it had smelled the most delicious thing in the world. Just as Zhong Xiaohua raised her sword, she felt the black fog in front of her tumbling. She didn't look carefully and saw a white object flying towards her. Zhong Xiaohua didn't hesitate to stab at the white object. The white object didn't dodge and stabbed at the center. However, the white object was like the black fog and the sword missed. Shit! Zhong Xiaohua didn't have time to dodge and quickly retreated. Ji. Little Huang was unhappy when it saw Zhong Xiaohua retreating. It tugged at its hair in protest. Although Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, he didn't dare to place all his hopes on this little thing that had just woken up. He reached out and took out Chasing Dream. With a wave of his hand, Chasing Dream flew out. The white thing immediately chased after it and collided with Chasing Dream. Unfortunately, Chasing Dream missed and flew past the white thing. At this moment, the thing had already flown close. With a bang, it pounced on the defensive light barrier. The light barrier swayed twice and dimmed. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua could clearly see that the white thing was indeed an object. A white object that was similar to the black fog and looked like snot. The white object stuck to the light barrier and flew back with a shrill sound. Then, like before, it slammed into the light barrier. Little Huang on Zhong Xiaohua's head moved at this moment. It swung its tail and floated in front of Zhong Xiaohua, blocking the white object. It snorted and the white light covered the white object. That thing did not know fear. It was only when the white light caught it and dragged it towards Goldie's nose that it realized it was in danger. It immediately retreated. It struggled for a moment, but Goldie's white light was powerless. It easily escaped. Then, that thing changed its angle and continued to crash into the light barrier. Although Goldie's movements were fast, it still could not catch up to that unknown white thing. Bang! Another sound rang out, and the light green barrier was immediately shattered. That thing seemed to have smelled something good, and it sped towards Zhong Xiaohua's body again. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua was prepared. Before the white object could get close, she crushed the jade talisman in her hand and another light barrier appeared, blocking it outside the light barrier. At the same time, Goldie also flew over, and a ray of light enveloped the white thing. Unfortunately, little Huang had just woken up and was still young. Although it seemed to be the white object's nemesis, the difference in strength was too great. The white object only needed to move slightly to the side and it escaped. Little Huang was furious. It seemed to have lost face in front of its mother. With a roll, it chased after the white object. The white object didn't run far. It quickly returned and slammed into Zhong Xiaohua's light barrier. What should we do? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. -4. Chapter 851. Zhong Xiaohua watched as Goldie failed to absorb the white thing, and the white thing continued to ram into her defensive barrier. Although the defensive barrier was effective against the black fog, it only took a few hits for it to shatter. The Prajna heavy sword and Chasing Dream dagger were both ineffective, and the dragon binding hoop was probably useless as well. Zhong Xiaohua could only turn her attention to the offensive jade talismans. After all, she didn't know how to use the newly acquired small shield, small mirror, and the golden hairpin. Even the bracelet with 36 beads on her wrist could only be used as a decoration. Zhong Xiaohua had already made up her mind. If the fire talisman didn't work, then she would turn around and run. Goldie had already absorbed quite a bit of the black fog, so letting it eat its fill would be worthy of it calling her mother. Reaching out, Zhong Xiaohua grabbed a fire talisman and threw it out. It flew in front of the white thing, and with a pa sound, A cluster of flames rose up and landed on the white thing's body. To Zhong Xiaohua's delight, the spot where the heavy sword and the small sword had missed was actually burned a small hole by the flame. Unfortunately, the flame only lasted for a moment, and the small hole also disappeared. Good. Zhong Xiaohua cried out in her heart. Since it was able to burn a small hole, it proved that it was effective. Although it wasn't powerful enough, it was still better than hitting nothing. The flame appeared and was immediately extinguished. The white thing seemed to be stunned for a moment, and hesitated for a moment. However, it immediately let out a mournful sound and flew towards Zhong Xiaohua. It seemed that this thing had been thirsty for a long time, and no one knew how many years it had been since a flesh and blood person had come here. Now that it had seen it for the first time, it had already lost its mind. Well, that was on the premise that this white thing had intelligence. As expected, that thing did not have any intelligence. Zhong Xiaohua continued to crush defensive jade talismans, evade with the wind, and hit the white thing with fire talismans. The fire talismans were not powerful enough, but there were many of them. When Zhong Xiaohua was free, she would often use these talismans to practice. Therefore, after a short while, the white thing became thinner, and the force with which it hit the light barrier was much weaker. Gradually, it lost its threat to Zhong Xiaohua. Goldie didn't stay idle either. It kept using its white light to cover that thing, and the time that thing stayed there grew longer and longer. Haha, Zhong Xiaohua chuckled as she watched the white thing's strength gradually diminish. It was still chattering non-stop, not knowing how to retreat. I don't know what this thing is, but it's actually so powerful. Luckily, I'm the one who came in. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they have lost their lives? But, how did it kill? Did it turn them into minced meat? With that thought in mind, Zhong Xiaohua threw out another handful of fire talismans. Boom! The talismans burned many huge holes in the white thing. When the flames were extinguished, the holes disappeared, and the white thing was as thin as a black fog, but its color was white. Goldie saw this and didn't hesitate anymore. It rushed forward and snorted. A light that was thicker than before enveloped the white thing. Hey! Zhong Xiaohua was stunned when she saw this. When did Goldie learn to be so cunning? Is this still the little thing that just woke up? This time, Goldie's light was stronger. Once the white thing was sucked in, no matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. Gradually, a wisp of white was sucked out of the white thing by the light and entered Goldie's nose. Following that, more and more white was sucked out. At that moment, the white thing seemed to have realized that it was in danger and struggled to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. More and more of the white substance was removed from its body by Goldie. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the white thing was completely sucked into Goldie's stomach. Zhi, Goldie let out a satisfied sound and flew back to Zhong Xiaohua's head. It stretched lazily, as though it was enjoying its meal. Do we still want to go forward? Zhong Xiaohua asked herself again. However, even though Zhong Xiaohua couldn't think, Goldie understood. It used its claws to tug on Zhong Xiaohua's hair. Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood. I haven't eaten enough. What? Zhong Xiaohua was extremely surprised. This time, he wasn't surprised by Goldie's appetite. Instead, he was thinking that if Goldie could read his thoughts, then what privacy would he have in front of it in the future? Even though it was just a little thing that couldn't speak, but he was still unhappy about it. Sigh, let's talk about it later. Zhong Xiaohua only thought about it. He didn't know what to do. Who knew how Goldie could communicate with him mentally? Zhong Xiaohua still had a lot of jade talismans in his money pouch, so he wasn't too worried. Thus, he held the heavy sword upside down and held a few fire talismans in his hand as he continued forward. Luckily, there was nothing else on this mountain path other than the white thing from before. Goldie also absorbed the black fog as much as it wanted until it arrived in front of a stone door. There was nothing strange about it at all. It was an extremely ordinary stone door, but it was also extremely strange. It was ordinary because it was the same shape as the courtyard doors and doors that Zhong Xiaohua had seen before. It felt as though it could be opened with a push. It was strange because the entire stone door was emitting a faint blood-red color. It was very different from the dark green color of the stone walls on the mountain path. Zhong Xiaohua didn't hesitate to think that there must be something extremely dangerous behind this stone door. However, the stone door wasn't completely closed. There was a small gap on the side of the door. The thick black fog in the mountain path floated out from this small gap. The black fog in the mountain path had been mostly sucked in by Goldie. It had returned to its original appearance. Under the luminous pearl, the black fog could be seen flying out from the gap. Goldie jumped down from Zhong Xiaohua's head and leaped to the front of the stone door. It greedily sucked in a few times before it snuck in through the gap. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Be good, Goldie." Suddenly, Goldie's little head popped out from the gap before it disappeared again. Zhong Xiaohua was originally hesitating, but this time, Goldie made the decision for him. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the front of the gap and inserted his heavy sword into the gap. With a light pry, the stone door slid open. More black fog floated out from the gap, and light seeped out. Zhong Xiaohua squinted his eyes and peered through the gap. It was a small cave. The cave was inlaid with many luminous pearl. There was still a lot of black fog in the cave, and it was even thicker than what he saw on the mountain path. In the middle of the cave, there was a platform that was about the height of a person. There were some strange objects placed on top of it. Due to the distance, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't see them clearly. At this moment, Goldie was sitting on the platform with its body upright as it sucked in the black fog. Seeing that there was no danger, Zhong Xiaohua used his heavy sword to push open the stone door. He looked around with his eyes and divine sense and stepped into the cave. The ground in the cave was very flat, just like the mountain path on Lingering Fragrance Peak. It was paved with limestone slabs. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the front of the platform and didn't find anything strange. There were some strange objects placed on the platform, but Zhong Xiaohua couldn't tell what they were used for. With his divine sense, he didn't sense any yuan qi fluctuations from them. Zhong Xiaohua leaped onto the platform and saw something similar to the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the middle of the platform. However, this pill furnace was much smaller, only the size of 2 fists. The interior of the pill furnace was also solid, and it was obvious that it wasn't used to refine pills. Below the pill furnace, there was a black pearl that was the size of a date. Beside the pearl, on the flat platform, there was a wisp of black fog that was constantly flowing up. The black fog was extremely fine, and it was almost invisible. However, when it spread out in the air, it gradually expanded, as though it was expanding. So the black fog in Evergreen Valley is gushing out from here? Where is this place? In an instant, countless questions rushed into Zhong Xiaohua's mind, faster than the black fog that was gushing out. Could it be that this platform is used to block the black fog? Perhaps this black pearl is used to suppress the black fog? Squatting on the platform, Zhong Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought for no reason. After a while, Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand, and the black pearl moved and flew above the black fog that appeared out of thin air. However, it only stopped for a while before it was immediately pushed by the black fog and rolled to the place where the pearl was just now. Then, Zhong Xiaohua cast a spell, and the pearl flew in front of Zhong Xiaohua again. Carefully looking at this black pearl, Zhong Xiaohua also tried to use her divine sense to invade it, but the strange fluctuations on the pearl couldn't find any flaws at all. Maybe it's some kind of treasure? Zhong Xiaohua thought. Seeing that there was no more pearl on the platform, Zhong Xiaohua felt relieved and kept the pearl in her money pouch. But, why is this black fog gushing out of thin air? Zhong Xiaohua was still curious about the origin of the black fog. Her eyes and divine sense scanned the area for a long time, but she didn't find any clues. At this time, the black fog in the cave had been mostly absorbed by Goldie. Seeing that Goldie's absorption speed was getting slower and slower, it must have eaten its fill as it squinted its eyes and wagged its tail. Seeing the vertical scratches on Goldie's forehead, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She stretched out her left hand and pointed it at the place where the black fog gushed out. She closed her eyes and used the essence of Dan in her Niwen Palace to connect with the illusion breaker eye in her left hand. Only feeling a heavy wave of fatigue in her heart, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and quickly opened her illusion breaker eye. What entered her eyes was a thin black line that stretched from the top to the bottom, and Zhong Xiaohua's illusion breaker eye couldn't see it anymore. It had reached the end. Oh! It turned out to be a type of pitch-black gas. It actually came from underground, and I can see it with my delusion breaker Dharma eye. But what is this black gas? Zhong Xiaohua closed her faucet breaker eyes and thought, if my skills are strong enough, my faucet breaker eyes will be able to see very far. Maybe I can see where the black qi is coming from. -4. Chapter 852. Zhong Xiaohua was right. As long as one had enough divine powers, they would be able to see the origin of the black gas. However, this enough divine powers was something that Zhong Xiaohua would never have thought of. The black gas came from an unknown place underground and appeared abruptly on top of the platform. It was obvious that it did not follow an ordinary underground route. It was not the place Zhong Xiaohua thought he would normally go through. However, this platform blocked Zhong Xiaohua's line of sight and restricted his line of thought at the same time. Moreover, the strange thing on the platform made him mistake the purpose of the platform. He thought that the platform was to block the black gas. However, the real purpose of the platform was to raise the height so that the black bead could block the black gas from gushing out. The place where the black gas came from and the route it took were not the same as the platform, nor were they in the same space. To see the origin of the black lines in this space, that kind of divine power, TSK, perhaps could only be seen when Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation reached an unimaginable level. Just as Zhong Xiaohua closed his delusion breaker eye, Goldie, who was lazily sucking in the black gas, seemed to have sensed something and immediately flew to his side. Goldie copied Zhong Xiaohua's actions and squatted in front of the black gas. The delusion breaker eye on its forehead opened slightly. However, unlike Zhong Xiaohua, Goldie's eyes only opened slightly. Then, a ray of silver light shot out and stared at the place where the black gas came from. Squeak squeak. Goldie squeaked as if it was very happy. Then, it threw itself on the platform and put its nose to the place where the black gas came from. A ray of white light shot out and the black gas seemed to be attracted and went straight into Goldie's nose. Seeing that Goldie was sucking in the black gas again, Zhong Xiaohua stood up with a smile. At this time, there was not much black gas left in the cave and they could already see clearly. When Zhong Xiaohua first came in, he was attracted by the platform in the cave and did not pay attention to anything else. Now that he had some free time, he looked around and was overjoyed. In the corner of the cave, there were dozens of strange plants, one of which was the ghost face mushroom he was looking for. The ghost face mushroom was more than half a foot long. The top of the mushroom was reddish-brown and in the middle of the reddish-brown mushroom, there was a vivid ghost face with fangs. Is there really such a strange thing in the world? Seeing that it really looked like the ghost face in the legends, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but praise. This ghost face mushroom really lives up to its name. From the looks of it, it is at least 1,000 years old. If it is really 10,000 years old, I'm afraid it will become a spirit. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly paused. Ayo, then what is that white thing in the mountain path? Looking at it, it seems to be alive, but also not alive. Could it be that something here has become a spirit? Looking at the things in front of him, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but shiver. Then, Zhong Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and took out a pile of jade boxes and collected everything. Then, he clapped his hands and walked back to the platform. Xiao Huang, be good, it's time to go. Zhong Xiaohua clapped his hands and said. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang did not fly up to Zhong Xiaohua's head as fast as he expected. Instead, it did not seem to care and lazily raised its head. Its little head swayed and looked sleepy. Hey, what is this for? Zhong Xiaohua was curious and walked up to support Xiao Huang. Don't sleep here, it's so dark here, don't catch a cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang used its little paws to block Zhong Xiaohua's hand, as if it did not want to be carried. Then, it forced itself to wake up and straightened its body. As it squeaked, it pointed at the faint black gas on the platform and explained something to Zhong Xiaohua. Indeed, after a moment, Zhong Xiaohua understood and said in shock, "You want to sleep here? Xiao Huang, be good, are you sure?" Zhong Xiaohua was a little speechless when he heard little Martin's firm reply. He couldn't help but feel reluctant to part with little Martin. He was the one who delivered little Martin, and he had been holding it close to his chest ever since. Although little Martin had called him mother, he felt very happy. He felt that he hadn't let little Martin down for so long. Now that little Martin was going to stay here alone, he felt as if he was watching his child grow up and leave him. However, when he thought about little Martin's performance in Liqui Valley and thought about how he had not moved for so long after he had warmed it, he thought that the black gas had a great effect on little Martin's growth. This kind of black gas was something that could only be found by chance. If he forcefully took it away, he did not know when he would encounter it again. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua nodded slightly and looked at the stone door that was wide open. He smiled and said, "Let's leave this door open first, but you have to be careful. If it's closed, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to push it open." That little Martin seemed to understand. With a su sound, it flew to Zhong Xiaohua's head and scratched his hair. Its big tail swayed in front of Zhong Xiaohua's eyes. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and allowed it to be mischievous. He walked to the door and patted little Martin. "I'm leaving. If you're full, come and find me. Or if I leave Lingxiang Peak, I'll come and take you away." Little Martin squeaked a few times and flew back to the platform. It lay there slanted and looked as if it was about to fall asleep. Zhong Xiaohua took one last look and walked up the mountain path. He walked back along the path that he came from. Along the way, the black fog had already disappeared and it was rather clean. Thinking that little Martin had already woken up and had found a place to grow, Zhong Xiaohua subconsciously took Little Black out of his bosom. However, Little Black was still sleeping soundly like before. It was not interested in the black fog in the surroundings at all. Perhaps, Little Black's opportunity is still in the future. While thinking, Zhong Xiaohua arrived at the empty cave with the fork in the path. He originally wanted to go back to the original path. However, when he thought about how he had unintentionally given Little Yellow an opportunity, and how Little Yellow was slowly growing up while Little Black was still the same as before, he thought that if Little Black also called him mother, hehe, the two little things would play and act coquettishly with him. Wouldn't that be great? Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the other fork in the path and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He kept Little Black in his bosom and continued to move forward with the Great Wisdom Sword. He raised his head and walked towards the other mountain path. This mountain path was clean and there was no black fog. Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the stone walls of the mountain path for a long time. However, he did not find any clues. However, Lingxiang Peak was the core of Lingxiang cult. It was also the foundation of a large sect when the Way of Immortals flourished 10,000 years ago. It was normal that there was something that Zhong Xiaohua did not know. This mountain path went up. Zhong Xiaohua walked up the stairs very carefully. However, the luminous pearl on the stone wall emitted a faint brilliance, illuminating the mountain path. After walking for a long time, he did not see anything strange. The mountain path was not straight. Instead, it meandered upwards. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua did not know where he had walked to. Just as he was muttering in his heart, the mountain path leveled out and led straight to a white door. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. Before he reached the end of the mountain path, he immediately recognized that the white door was carved out of a piece of white jade. When he walked closer, Zhong Xiaohua did not act rashly. He released his divine sense and looked carefully. When he did not find any hidden mechanisms, he moved forward. The door carved out of white jade was about the same size as the door he had seen underground. However, only the middle of this white jade door had a smooth jade surface. The surroundings of the door were engraved with patterns that were similar to the stone tablet Zhong Xiaohua had seen at the foot of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Hey! Could it be that this door was a magic weapon? Zhong Xiaohua then took out the small shield he obtained from Floating Hill Peak and carefully compared it. Sure enough, the pattern of the two was similar. However, after looking at it for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua could not see the use of the pattern. Maybe it's time to go in and take a look. With that thought, Zhong Xiaohua still did not use her hands. Instead, she held the great wisdom sword and gently opened the door. The door looked very heavy, but Zhong Xiaohua did not use much strength and just gently pushed it open. When Zhong Xiaohua looked inside, she could not help but be flabbergasted. Behind the door was not a cave like Zhong Xiaohua had imagined. It was also not like before where there was a platform. Instead, it was a rather large hall. If it was a large hall, Zhong Xiaohua would not be surprised. However, all the furnishings in the hall were carved out of white jade. Even the surroundings of the hall, including the ceiling and the floor, were all made of white jade. She had seen extravagant people before, but she had never seen such extravagance. When Zhong Xiaohua was in the mysterious mountain villa, she had seen dozens of coffins carved out of jade. However, even though those were shocking, it was not as shocking as the entire hall made of white jade. Think about it. What kind of feeling would it be to see a jadestone as white as snow, a jadestone as warm as the arm of a beautiful woman, step under your feet and sit under your butt? However, this was not considered much. After Zhong Xiaohua had seen everything in the hall, she could not help but sit on the warm jade stool in a daze. Saliva continuously flowed down her mouth as she greedily looked at the white jade. She was almost mumbling to herself, what kind of extravagance is this? He really didn't dare to imagine that this entire hall, everything in this hall, was carved together. Could it be that this entire hall is carved out of a single piece of white jade? After a long while, when her saliva had formed a puddle on the white jade floor, Zhong Xiaohua finally regained her senses. She hurriedly rubbed the saliva on the floor with her feet and stood up. She reluctantly touched the jade table in front of her, feeling the smoothness of the surface. She admired the white, flawless surface of the jade and let out a long sigh. Heavens, since you did not give me the ability to take away this jade hall, why did you let me see it? -4. Chapter 853. That's right. Not to mention the value of this jade hall, just by looking at the hall's colorful jade and beautiful flowers, it would make people greedy. Just looking at it and not having the ability to take it for themselves, how could Zhong Xiaohua not sigh? After a long while, Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. There is a kind of liking called letting go. Maybe if I don't take it away, it will leave a good impression in my heart. Immediately, she said in distress, but I really want to take it away. What's the matter with the fragrant religion? Why would they put such a thing here? Don't they know? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua unconsciously became vigilant. There was no one here, but it didn't mean that no one on Lingering Fragrance Peak knew. It also didn't mean that no one would come. She had better be careful. It was only at this moment that Zhong Xiaohua withdrew her attention from the hall carved with jade and carefully observed the furnishings in the hall. The furnishings in the hall were very simple. In addition to the stone table, stone chairs, stone stools, and other things that Zhong Xiaohua had seen before, there were some silk and other things in the hall. Directly above the hall, there were 3 portraits. Zhong Xiaohua slowly walked forward and carefully looked at the 3 portraits. In the middle of the 3 portraits, there was a woman in green. Her figure was graceful and her face was covered with a veil. She held a long whip in her hand and stood beside a small bridge. Her eyes were looking at the gurgling water under the small bridge, as if she was thinking about something. On the left was a portrait of a man in embroidered clothes. He held a long knife in his hand and rode on a horse. It seemed that the wind was blowing and the man's clothes were flying, showing his heroic spirit. On the right was another portrait, but it was a scholar in white. A sword hung at his waist and a folding fan in his hand. He was walking leisurely and seemed to be endlessly carefree. These 3 paintings seemed to be from a long time ago. The paintings were yellowed, but they were drawn very realistically. Everyone was vivid and lifelike on the paper. Although the face of the woman in green was covered by a veil, the tenderness of her emotions could be seen at a glance. It was a subtle contrast to the heroism of the man on the horse and the elegance of the white-robed scholar. While admiring it, Zhong Xiaohua realized that there was a large blank space beside the scholar's portrait. It would be perfect if another painting was placed there. Could it be that there was a fourth portrait here in the past? Zhong Xiaohua scratched his head. But this thought only flashed through her mind. Whether there was a portrait or not, it had nothing to do with Zhong Xiaohua. Why would she think about it? Zhong Xiaohua seemed to be used to picking up junk. After looking at the portraits, she searched the magnificent hall for a long time. But she couldn't find any junk that she could pick up. She couldn't help but feel resentful. While she was setting up this dazzling jade hall, she nagged, "Ari, this is such a luxurious hall. Elder of the fragrant religion, can't you put some magical tools here? Even if you don't like them, you can just throw one or two away. You can't blame me for coming here." As she spoke, she walked to the door of the jade. Looking at the door, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. Could it be that this door that can move is also a part of this jade? When she released her divine sense, she looked carefully. Indeed, the door had an extremely intricate mechanism that was connected to the hall. Looking at the pattern of the jade, it matched the hall perfectly. Needless to say, the door was also a part of the entire jade. "I've been defeated." Zhong Xiaohua sighed and was about to retract his divine sense. "Hey, what is this?" Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense suddenly discovered that around the jade door, in other words, the exterior of the jade hall that was covered by the mountain rocks, there were actually some yuan qi fluctuation. Could it be the entire hall is a magical tool? Or is there a part that can be refined? Thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped into the stone wall. She followed the outside of the hall and used her divine sense to search. This jade hall was quite big. She followed the traces of the fluctuation on the outside but couldn't find any clues. Zhong Xiaohua's vision turned dark and she came to an empty space. "Oh no, I only looked in front and didn't pay attention to the back. Where am I?" Sigh, lingering fragrance peak really can't be rushed. "I haven't walked much and I'm already lost." Zhong Xiaohua secretly regretted it. Before he could take out the night luminescent pearl, the darkness in front of him suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with light. "Hey, what's going on?" Zhong Xiaohua was extremely surprised and thought. However, when he saw everything before him clearly, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. "Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think?" It turned out that what appeared in front of Zhong Xiaohua was a straw hut in front of a river. Zhong Xiaohua was standing on a wooden bridge that extended into the river's waters. Isn't this the place where I met my dream and Shatai? Without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to understand, a girl bounced over and asked with a smile, "Xiaohua, did you catch a fish today?" "Fish?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. When she lowered her head, she saw the great wisdom sword in her hand. Wasn't she holding a fishing rod in her hand? Looking at her body, she was exactly the same as when she was 12 years old. Illusion array. Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood in his mind and wanted to release his divine sense. But when he saw that Meng was also 11 years old, he immediately changed his mind. Yes, even if it was an illusion array, so what? Ever since he parted ways with Meng at the riverside, they hadn't seen each other for many years. Although their encounter in the mortal world was short, Meng had left a deep mark in his heart. Although he didn't know where Meng was and could only taste her appearance in his memory, he didn't know what Meng was like now. But as long as he could see Meng again, be together with Meng again, and smell her breath again, so what if he fell into an illusion array? However, Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while. It seemed that at the riverside, he was seriously injured. Most of the time, he was lying on the bed and was taken care of by Meng. He had never done anything like fishing before. Of course, since it was an illusion array and he could be together with Meng, Zhong Xiaohua was too lazy to pursue the matter. She smiled and said, "Who said I didn't? I just caught 2 kissing fishes. Seeing that they were family, I couldn't bear to part with them, so I let them go this time." Xiaomeng, don't tell me you want to eat 2 kissing fishes in fish soup? Hehe, brother Xiaohua, you are really too naughty, Meng said as she stepped forward and pointed her fair finger at Zhong Xiaohua's forehead. This intimate action was something that Zhong Xiaohua had imagined countless times in his mind. Now that it really happened in the illusion array, Zhong Xiaohua was dumbfounded. You know why? Behind Meng, another girl appeared. She was Nai Xiaoyu, who appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind when he said little fishy just now. Brother Ren. Are you okay? Nai Chenyu was still shy and asked with her head slightly lowered. Before Zhong Xiaohua could answer, Meng sneered, Xiaohua, who is she? Looking at Meng's cold and indifferent expression, Zhong Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly said, Meng, don't misunderstand. Little Fishy is a little girl that I saved on the road. I was just sending her home. Nai Chenyu nodded and said, Sister, Brother Ren is really a good person. He was just sending me home. Just sending you home? Meng looked at Zhong Xiaohua and then at Nai Chenyu and said with a smile, it seems that he also won the martial arts competition. He even taught me the Forget Worries Sutra. Well, he also told me about the cicada's mournful cry to the eternal pavilion. Do you think I don't know anything? Looking at Meng's indifferent and sorrowful eyebrows, Zhong Xiaohua felt a pang of heartache. Even though they were in the illusion array and he knew that this was just a memory in his heart, Zhong Xiaohua was reluctant to let Meng be unhappy. He stepped forward and held Meng's fair hand. He said in a low voice, Meng, you are the only one in my heart. When I saw you before, I was still young and didn't know anything. But all these years, I have been thinking about you. All these years. Meng was surprised and said, what nonsense are you talking about? We have only met for a few days. Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said patiently, anyway, you are the only one in my heart. If I don't tell you now, I will regret it when you leave with Shatai. Really? Meng smiled mysteriously and said, Brother Xiaohua, you said you missed me, but why didn't you look for me? Zhong Xiaohua scratched his head and said, I wanted to look for you, but I don't know where you are. Jianghu is so big, At this time, Meng held one hand and covered Zhong Xiaohua's mouth with the other hand. She said with a smile, Brother Xiaohua, don't say any more. I know what you are thinking. Actually, I am the same. Since I met you, my heart can't hold anyone else. I just want to be with you for the rest of my life. Me too. Zhong Xiaohua said happily. But Meng turned around and pointed at Nai Chenyu. What about her? Her? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. At this time, Nai Chenyu had already burst into tears. She covered her mouth and said, Brother Ren, I know what you are thinking. You can go with this sister. I am fine. Zhong Xiaohua's heart ached. At this time, Meng flung her hand and ran away quickly. She said as she ran, Brother Xiaohua, it is not that I don't believe you, but I don't trust this girl. I think you should find a way to make her disappear from this world. Only then can I see you. After saying that, Meng disappeared without a trace. The fishing rod in Zhong Xiaohua's hand also disappeared and the Prajna heavy sword reappeared. Nai Chenyu took a step forward and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She said, Brother Ren, just kill me. I miss you and miss you. If I can't see you, I would rather die. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua laughed, even if it is an illusion, even if it is a fake person, in my heart, it is a real killing. Will my dream allow me to do it? Do you think I'll let myself do it? Before Zhong Xiaohua could finish her words, a crisp catcher sound rang out. It was as if a bronze mirror had shattered. All the scenes disappeared, and another scene appeared in front of Zhong Xiaohua's eyes. -4. Chapter 854. Peacock and Ren Xiaoyaro had spent a lot of time together in the refining heart cave and they were already familiar with each other. Peacock had also been through countless trials and tribulations. She knew that Ren Xiaoyaro was just her inner demon, an illusion created by her in the refining heart cave. He was not real. Initially, she was still a little reserved, but after a while, she could not care less. In addition, Peacock remembered Abbess Jing Fan's advice that she had to follow her heart in the refining heart cave and let nature take its course. Only then would she have a chance to break the array. Hence, she no longer held back. It was all her own wishful thinking and no one would know. Maybe she could find a chance in this place. At this time, Peacock and Ren Xiaoyaro were chatting about some private matters. Peacock would occasionally ask about cultivation methods and opportunities. Suddenly, Ren Xiaoyaro, who was hugging Peacock, disappeared in a flash of light. Oh! Did I succeed in refining my heart? Did I break the array? Peacock was overjoyed. However, the starlight and her body lying in mid-air told her that she was still in the illusion array. What's going on? I didn't kill Ren Xiaoyaro, how did he disappear? While Peacock was still in shock, she saw Zhong Xiaohua's head poking out from not far away. He looked around as if he was looking for something. Peacock smiled and leaped forward. She hugged Zhong Xiaohua's neck and said, "Hubby, where did you go? I'm asking you a question." This Zhong Xiaohua was the real Zhong Xiaohua. When he was enlightened in the illusion array, he didn't kill Nai Chenyu just because she was an illusion. Instead, he used her to please the illusion. The illusion array immediately changed and sent Zhong Xiaohua to another place. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Xiaohua saw a place filled with stars. He was walking in the void, thinking that the dream was hidden somewhere in the starry sky. Thus, he didn't dare to release his divine sense, afraid that if he broke the array, he wouldn't be able to see the dream. Just as he was looking around for his dream, he saw the peacock flying towards him. The peacock hugged him and affectionately called him husband. Zhong Xiaohua fainted and mumbled, "Sister Kong, why are you here?" Yes, she called him hubby, how could he still call her Master Kong? Furthermore, Zhong Xiaohua did not expect to have a peacock in his heart. How could he not be embarrassed? Hearing Zhong Xiaohua calling her sister Kong, Peacock giggled. She lifted Zhong Xiaohua's head and kissed him on the cheek. She said, "You're such a lovable and hateful person. You called me your wife and now you're calling me sister. Do you think I should slap you to death?" Peacock's kiss was so real that it made Zhong Xiaohua's face burn. He thought to himself, Since when did I have such thoughts about Master Kong? This is so flattering. Then, he was shocked. Don't tell me she saw it in her dream. If she sees it, she'll be angry again. With that thought in mind, Zhong Xiaohua immediately pushed Peacock away and said, "Big Sister Kong, this is not good. What if someone sees it?" Peacock smiled, "Aren't you me and I'm you? How can anyone see it?" As she spoke, she walked in front of Zhong Xiaohua and floated up. She wrapped her arms around Zhong Xiaohua's neck and said, "It's all because of you. You still want me to be your wife. Even now, you still call me big sister. Then you're me and I'm you." Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly, "How can I not know? But, isn't there a dream beside me?" Hearing Peacock's reprimand, Zhong Xiaohua peeked at the stars around them and whispered, "Then I'll call you my wife. But what?" Peacock's face was a little red. She grabbed Zhong Xiaohua's hand and said shyly, "You'll only tell me the truth if I let you put it here?" Zhong Xiaohua put his hand there and felt like he was struck by lightning. His heart was trembling. Oh my God, how can this illusion array be so real? He thought to himself and his fingers scratched a few times. Could it be that this is what it feels like? The strange feeling from his hand made Zhong Xiaohua's heart itch. But, he quickly calmed himself down and looked around. "Dream, where are you? Please don't see me." Peacock's face was still burning. She scolded, "I knew you wouldn't be honest. Sai, who asked you to be my nemesis? I saw you in the Rejuvenation Valley." "Sai, I don't know, it's nothing, but I just can't forget you." "Oh my God, why do I feel so good about myself?" Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. "Master Kong is an inner disciple. I can't believe I thought so badly of him. But, since you're my enemy, I've given you everything here. Why can't you let me see through, let me see the secrets of heaven?" As she spoke, Peacock hugged Zhong Xiaohua again and stretched out her cherry lips. Petrified, Zhong Xiaohua felt moist and fragrant. His heart was like a monkey on a horse. This illusion is really... Sai, it's too erotic, I have to deal with it quickly, don't let Meng see it. Should I kill her? How can I do that? Even if it's fake, I have to follow my heart. I can't kill innocent people for their treasures. Oh, heaven's way, Just by looking at the heaven's way, I can let Sister Kong go. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua had an idea. He looked at the starry sky and cupped Peacock's face. He kissed her red lips and smiled. If you can leave just by looking at the heaven's way, then your husband will open your eyes and let you see what the real heaven's way is. As he spoke, he crossed his legs and sat with his palms facing the sky, trying to understand the heaven's way in his mind and at the same time, trying to show his understanding to the starry sky. Zhong Xiaohua was right. In the illusion array, the demon was born from the heart. Even the understanding of the heaven's way could be shown. However, the heaven's way was still the heaven's way. It was not something an illusion array could compare to. How much of the heaven's way could be shown was debatable. But, even if it was just a trace of the heaven's way, in this illusion array, how unparalleled was it? In an instant, the starry sky, which was silent and motionless, began to move slowly, as if every star had its own unique path, and the entire starry sky's path was projected. Peacock was stunned on the spot. She was just challenging her own heart as usual, challenging her nemesis, Ren Xiaoyao. Who knew that his answer this time would be different from before, he would show her the heaven's way. She was pleasantly surprised and could not believe her ears. When she saw the reflection of the heaven's way in the starry sky, she knew immediately that this was the end result of her painstaking cultivation of the Mortal Heart Sutra. Such a heaven-defying opportunity was placed right in front of her eyes. Immediately, she crossed her legs and sat down, channeling the Mortal Heart Sutra. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the starry sky, trying her best to imprint the heaven's way in her mind. After an unknown amount of time, the heaven's way was still moving, but Peacock could not understand it anymore. She was after all a martial artist, and the Mortal Heart Sutra was just a way to pursue the path of immortality. To be able to learn a trace of the heaven's way from Zhong Xiaohua's way was already a rare and precious thing. Peacock knew that her opportunity had come to an end. She immediately closed her eyes and channeled her Mortal Heart Sutra. Not long after, Peacock realized that her Mortal Heart Sutra had reached an unimaginable level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it had reached the peak of perfection. Peacock was overjoyed. She stood up and looked at the heaven's way that was still moving, and then looked at Zhong Xiaohua who was sitting cross-legged. She could not help but think, Master was right, this man is my nemesis, and only by going with the flow will I be able to get the opportunity to break the array. I might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in the Mortal Heart Sutra. At the same time, Peacock suddenly thought, no wonder Master was so tight-lipped about her experience in the Cave of Refined Heart. How could she tell anyone about such an embarrassing experience? Peacock's face turned red as she thought about it. At this moment, the heaven's way stopped moving. Zhong Xiaohua stood up with a smile. Have you understood it? Peacock smiled and jumped into Zhong Xiaohua's arms. She buried her face in his neck and murmured, yes, yes. Just as she uttered the words I'm enlightened, Peacock felt a force tugging at her. She immediately understood that she had broken the array and was about to leave this illusion. She was about to leave this man who had been with her for who knows how long, and she was about to leave this man who had given birth to a child with her. I'm leaving, Xiao Yao, my husband. I'll always remember everything that happened here. Peacock's tears dripped down and stained Zhong Xiaohua's clothes. She opened her cherry lips and bit Zhong Xiaohua's neck, leaving a row of deep teeth marks on Zhong Xiaohua's neck. Without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to jump and scream, Peacock disappeared without a trace. Only Zhong Xiaohua's cries of pain resounded through the entire starry sky. Lord Kong, Sister Kong, Lady Kong, you are too cruel. It's just an illusion, how can it be so realistic? I'm really in pain. Fortunately, Peacock had already left the illusion array, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Zhong Xiaohua touched the teeth marks on her neck and smiled bitterly. I don't know if Meng will see them when I find her later. I can't bring the things in the illusion array out. Don't tell me I still have these teeth marks on my neck when I go out. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was about to continue searching for Dream, she heard someone shouting from afar, Ren Xiaoyao, stop right there. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.